doused with sunshine. You think? I'm glad, and I'm glad you guys could come. Evie's voice carries across the pool and distracts me. Sam, when's the last time you put on sunscreen, darling? Sam pauses her descent down the pool steps and looks over to Evie. Oh, not since this morning. Come over here and let me lather you back up before you turn into the world's cutest lobster. I watch my daughter smile from ear to ear and then rush back up the steps to go perch in front of Evie on the lounge chair. Evie's sitting cross-legged now, smiling and talking away to my sister while thoroughly applying sunscreen to my daughter's back. I'm mesmerized by this scene. I couldn't look away if I tried. I am the person who loves Sam the most in this world, and I forgot to reapply sunscreen to her back. But Evie remembered. What does that mean? It feels significant. My mom leans close to me, and from the corner of my eye I can see her smile. I think you found a good one. I take in a deep breath. Yeah, I've thought that before, though. True, but you were just a kid back then when you met Natalie. You didn't know the first thing to look for in a woman besides her bra size. I grimace. That was disturbing to hear. You're starting to sound like June. She chuckles and rolls her eyes. You kids think I'm so out of touch, but I'll have you know that I watch The Bachelor every week. She says it like that fact in itself should knock 15 years off her age. But that's not the point. The fact is, you're a grown man now who's lived a lot of life, and you know what kind of woman it's gonna take to hold your hand through the rest of it. She pats my back and then shimmies off the edge of the pool into the water to go swim by my dad, who, at this moment, has approximately 5 grandkids leached onto him in the shallow end. I turn my eyes back to Evie, just in time to see her stand up, empty glass in hand, and head toward the house. Next thing I know, I'm on my feet and striding after her. I suddenly feel like there is some unfinished business between us. I step into the house, and the cool air hits my bare chest. I probably should have grabbed a shirt, but there was no time. Everyone else is outside, and Evie's alone in here, and I didn't want to waste this moment. Turning the corner, I find Evie in the kitchen pouring herself a new glass of lemonade and shoving a brownie into her mouth. She spots me and covers her mouth to keep her crumbs from spewing out with her laughter. "Caught red-handed," she says from behind her fist. I round the island to get closer to her, and I notice her chewing slows and her body straightens a little. I stop just behind her, hoping she'll turn around to face me. You're allowed to eat brownies, you know. My plan works because Evie turns around, and now she's trapped between me and the counter, and I'm loving how close we are. I can see the freckles dotting the bridge of her nose and the perfect bow of her full top lip. "Yeah," she says with a final swallow. "But am I allowed to have 4 brownies?" My eyebrows lift. "Did you really eat 4 brownies?" "What, me? No, I was kidding. I'd never eat that many. That would be so unhealthy." That means she actually ate 5. I smile and lean in and set my hands on the countertop behind her, one on either side of her, pinning her in. Her eyes widen. I know this is bold. Other than that ridiculously tiny kiss we had the other night, our relationship has looked nothing like this. And speaking of that kiss, neither of us even acknowledged it after. I just kinda swept it under the rug because my body had gotten away from me and started something that I wasn't ready for yet. I'm ready now. I've been watching Evie all day, and there's not a chance that I'm letting this woman leave my house with us stuck in the friend zone. I get closer and breathe in the scent of banana boat suntan lotion mixed with the sweet brownie on her breath. Let me tell you, it's a ridiculously good combination. "Jake," says Evie, in a slightly nervous, playful voice as she looks backward toward my hands. She takes a tiny step back toward the counter and puts her hands behind her to grip it. "What's going on right now?" I smile because I like how frank she is. She doesn't try to play games. She's straightforward. What you see is what you get, and goodness, I like what I see. What's going on is, I think our kiss was way too short the other night. I can be frank, too. She sucks in a breath and blinks before pursing her lips together. She looks over both of her shoulders before her green eyes hit mine again. "Do you think this is the place to discuss that?" She's cute when she's nervous. "Yeah, I do." "But what if Sam walks in here?" "She'll probably be scarred for the rest of her life." "Jake, I'm serious." I smile and inch closer so our bodies are touching. "Me too." Evie's eyes drop to my mouth and then lower to my chest. She swallows and her cheeks pink, and I swear I've never felt more cocky than at this moment. She looks back up at me. "You can't just switch gears on me like this in the middle of the day at your family pool party. I mean, all week we've been friends. And now you're going to pin me against the counter and kiss me while you're half naked? You're not allowed to do that. I think that's skipping a few steps." I smile bigger and move my hand up to her neck, enjoying the way her skin is still hot from the day in the sun. It's been a little while since I've brushed up on the rules, so you'll have to forgive me, because yeah, I'm going to skip some steps now. She smiles, and I can't stand it any longer. I've got to kiss her. I'm leaning down, and her hands move up to rest on my bare chest. The sudden skin-to-skin contact is electric, and it short-circuits my brain. I've been dead for the past year, and she just put 2 paddles to my chest. I'm alive now. My lips touch hers, and then I'm having terrible déjà vu, because we get interrupted. "Whoa," says my dad from the doorway. Evie and I split apart. "Sorry, you two. I didn't realize there was something going on in here." But his smile says he very well knew. I lean back against the opposite counter of Evie's and give my dad an unamused smile. "Impeccable timing, Dad." He shrugs and struts right on over to the fridge to fill his glass with ice. "I've got 4 daughters, son. I've had loads of practice to perfect my timing." He looks at Evie and winks. Winks. One minute I was a cocky son of a gun, and now I'm 15 with a face on fire, and my dad is embarrassing me and my pretty girlfriend. How can I recover this? Dad is taking his sweet time, adding 1 cube of ice to his glass at a time, filling it with water, taking a sip, and topping it off again. This goes on for 2 minutes, and I can see that Evie is trying so hard not to dissolve into laughter. I give her a look that says, "Enjoying this, are you?" That forces her to cover her mouth with the back of her hand so a laugh doesn't spew out. All right, enough. I'm not 15, and this is my own freaking kitchen. "Okay, Waterboy, I think you're well hydrated. Why don't you take this outside now and stop doing whatever it is you're doing in here?" My dad laughs as I'm pushing him from the kitchen. I'm going. but you should know that we can all see you out there." He points toward the one sliver of an opening between the kitchen and the sliding door in the living room. And yep, it's a straight shot. Everyone is gathered and watching on like their cable got canceled months ago and they're starved for entertainment. Once I forcibly remove my father from the house, I turn around and go back into the kitchen. I find Evie giving into her laughter with both hands covering her face. I take one of her wrists and pull her out of the kitchen into the hallway, away from the prying eyes of my creepy family. "Are you going to sneak me away to make out in the hallway now?" she asks while laughing. I stop and turn around when I know we are clear from the audience. "No, the moment's over." "Boo," she says with a big smile. I'm laughing now, too, and I can't believe how bad I am at this dating thing. Turns out it's something you can get rusty at. "What are you doing Friday night?" I ask. Her smile goes a tad serious. "Friday? Mm-hmm. Well, nothing that I know of." "Come over Friday night, then." Her smile peaks again. "Come over?" Are you just going to keep repeating everything I say? "Only if you don't start explaining what you mean in full sentences. I mean, I know we just kinda kissed again in the kitchen, but I don't want to misconstrue anything." Gosh, I like this woman. I also really want to try to redeem our bad kiss streak, but I refrain because I can't handle another interruption, and the potential for that happening is way too high. Sam has her slumber party that night, so I'm going to be off of dad duty. I was hoping you'd come over and let me cook you dinner. As a date. "A date?" You're still repeating me. She smiles wider and leans her back against the wall. The shadowy hallway we are encapsulated in only adds to the flirty look she's giving me. Evie is not rusty. "So, a date? Like, you like me? Not just a friend thing?" I chuckle and inch closer to her. "Yeah. Didn't you get my note I passed you in science? I like you. Check yes or no if you like me too." She scrunches her nose and dares to step closer to me. She reaches up and wraps her arms around my neck. "I check yes." "So, does that mean you'll come?" "You said you're cooking?" I nod. "Count me in." She raises up on her tiptoes and kisses my cheek before breaking away and darting back out toward the pool. Chapter 20. Evie. "Where do you want to go dress shopping this weekend?" Joe asks me around a bite of salad. "Doesn't matter to me. Just prepare to get something skimpy to show off those legs for Jake." I give Joe a flat look. "First of all, a man should like me for more than my body. And second, shouldn't you be the one telling me this? You're in your 60s. How am I the mature one here?" Joe shrugs and steals a fry from my plate. "Now, why would I tell you something you already know? I'm pretty sure all you ever think about is how to be upstanding. Think of me as your fairy godmother." She waves the fry like a wand over my head. "Bibbidi-bobbidi, do yourself a favor and live a little." I shake my head at my fairy godmother and take a bite of my burger. My phone buzzes on the table with a new text, and I see the name Jake written across my screen. Joe sees it too and wags her eyebrows suggestively while reaching for my phone. I snatch it off the table and clutch it close to my chest before she gets a chance to swipe it open. No one likes a nosy Nellie. Even less people like a boring Bessie. She steals another fry and I smack her hand playfully. I angle myself away from Joe and I swipe open my phone. Jake. Only 2 more days until our date. It's been way too long since I've seen you. I smile, because it has felt like a long time. Jake and I haven't seen each other since the pool party last Saturday. It's Wednesday now, and I've never felt like a week has gone by slower. It's not that I haven't been busy. In fact, I've been crazy busy training a new group of volunteers who signed up to be puppy raisers. Our newest litter of pups will be ready to leave their mama and go into a volunteer's home to start learning their basic training techniques. Potty training, don't chew the rug, sit, and lots of socialization. Our company literally wouldn't survive without these volunteers and the time they sacrifice in helping train our dogs. But these weeks of breaking everyone in and teaching them the rules are always exhausting for me. Not only have I been teaching classes for the volunteers, but I've taken 3 dogs to the vet, had 2 match meetings with potential recipients, reviewed 5 new applications, and ignored 3 texts from my mama reminding me that I need to quit fooling around and do something useful with my life. Something like join the Powder Society of Revolutionary Ladies and drink martinis in the afternoon. But in the meantime, Jake and I have been texting every day and have even talked on the phone a few of those nights. Remember how I felt like he was out of my league? Ha ha ha. Oh, how wrong I was. Jake is out of my universe. The more I get to know him, the more I like him. He's thoughtful and funny and tender and truly and completely ripped. You thought I was going to say something sentimental there, didn't you? Well, sorry, but thoughts of Jake's ridiculous body make my brain turn into mush, and all intelligent thoughts melt into steamy nonsense. This morning, I got lost in a fantasy of what a real kiss with him would be like, and I accidentally overflowed my coffee all over the counter. If this date on Friday goes well, I'm afraid my brain will be permanently fried. Evie. Oh, is our date in 2 days? I totally forgot. Jake. You're not funny. Evie. Screenshot of countdown timer titled Days Until Date with Jake. Jake. Better. What time should I call you tonight? Evie. I'll be home by 7. Jake. I'll call you at 7:01. I'll call you at some vague time after that so you don't realize how much I like you. Oh, he's good, says Joe from over my shoulder. Hey! I lock my phone screen again and give her the stink eye. Mind your own beeswax. My beeswax is boring today, so tell me, are things going good with you too? I can't hide my smile. Really good. Too good, actually. She rolls her eyes. Only you would say that when a hot man is being attentive and flirting with you. I know, I don't want to feel this way, but I have too much experience that's taught me it won't last long. Every guy I've ever dated has either moved on to easier and perkier pastures, or they see one of my episodes, and it scares them right out of my life. Yes, and do you know what you ought to say to those types of guys? Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, because if you don't know it already, honey, you've been known to date duds. My mouth falls open. What? It's true. The few guys you've dated in the past have all been a few eggs short of a dozen and way below your level. It's like you're so desperate to not end up with anyone like your parents that you swing completely the opposite way. Jake is the first man you've ever been interested in that even comes close to being on the same tier as you. Huh, you think Jake and I are on the same level? No. Her eyes slide to mine and I see a twinkle. I don't think anyone will ever measure up to you, but I get the feeling that Jake will actually try. I don't know what to say. The fact that Joe thinks so highly of me makes me feel weepy. There's nothing else to do but lean over and wrap her up in a hug and then slide my phone onto the table in front of her. Just for that, you get unlimited access to my texts for the next 5 minutes. She wastes no time in picking up my phone and scrolling through every text Jake and I have ever exchanged. While she continues giggling like a teenager, I decide to occupy myself by refilling my water. I stand up, and Charlie does too, but with a big yawn. Poor guy has been bored to death the past few days, or maybe exhausted from all the running around and meetings we've been to. Either way, I need to devote some special time to take him to the park and throw the ball. I'm filling up my water at the drink station and mentally planning on taking Charlie to the park on Friday morning so that he won't feel slighted during my date with Jake. Don't worry, Charlie. You'll always be my first love. When I feel the presence of someone else beside me, I cut my eyes to the side to get a look at whatever weirdo is entering my personal space when I find an attractive man smirking down at me. He's not Jacob Broaden attractive, but I'm still woman enough to admit he's good-looking. "Hi," he says. "Hi," I reply back, and I'm a little embarrassed to say it sounded more like a mouse squeak. Come on, water, fill faster. "I'm Garrett." Okay, nice, cool. So what's going on here? This never happens to me. I briefly glanced down, worried that maybe Charlie ran away because men never approach me when Charlie is around. He's a giant man deterrent. Do not come near the pretty girl. She's high maintenance. "Evie," I say with a polite smile and then turn to set my cup on the counter and put the lid back on. And then Garrett is beside me again, doing the same with his lid. "What's your dog's name?" Huh. Okay. So he did see Charlie, and he's not scared off? I don't know how I feel about this. Actually, yes, I do. I'm not interested in this guy. Maybe a month ago, before I met Jake, I would have felt flattered. But right now, I just kinda want to extract myself from the conversation as quickly and politely as possible. "This is Charlie." "Sup, Charlie?" he says, and I smile instead of telling him not to distract my dog while he's working. "Are you from around here?" Alrighty then. I guess we are going to do the chit-chat thing now. This is so bizarre. Do men have some kind of scent tracker that helps them sniff out the women in town who are unavailable? Because I swear I never got hit on by cute, normal-looking guys before Jake asked me out. "Yeah, I am. Are you?" "Kind of. I just moved here a few months ago, so I'm still trying to get my bearings on the town." "That's nice." "I'm actually a physician's assistant over at Roper Hospital." Cool, cool, cool. Didn't ask you, but that's all right. "Well, that's a great hospital." "Yeah? You've been?" He's asking like we are talking about a hot new club that just opened or something. No way. I love that place. Maybe we could go together sometime. I know people who can get you one of the good gowns without stains on it. It's a strange topic of conversation, but I give him slack because I'm pretty sure he's just trying to find ways to keep me here talking and will likely want to punch himself later for asking that question. I chuckle. A few times, yeah. I glance down at Charlie, and Garrett follows my gaze to the patch that says Seizure Assist Dog. A look of dawning hits Garrett's face, and I expect him to start moonwalking away from me at any second. He doesn't. So, look, Evie, this is really forward of me and probably going to creep you out a little, but I think you're really attractive, and I'd like to take you out sometime if you're free. If I'm free? Does he mean if my schedule is free, or if my relationship status is single and I'm free to date other people? Because, honestly, I don't know. I mean, Jake and I talk every day. We flirt. We've sort of kissed a few times, and we have a date on Friday. But does that technically mean I'm in a relationship? I cast a quick glance to Jo, hoping she'll give me a thumbs up or down for what I should do right now, but her eyes are still glued to my phone. Useless. I think she's even screenshotting text conversations to forward to Gary. I look back to Garrett and do a quick assessment of him. Nice, dark hair, well-trimmed beard, taller than me, a nice body, and an open smile. And overall, he's not setting off any alarms that make me feel like I should ask a security guard to walk me to my car when I leave here. But the truth is, all I can think about is Jake. I like Jake. I want to date Jake, not this guy. You seem nice, Garrett, which is why I feel like I should be honest and tell you that I'm kinda seeing someone. Garrett gives me a nice guy smile and nods. He then reaches into his laptop bag that's slung over his shoulder and pulls out a pen. After grabbing a clean napkin, he writes his number on it and hands it to me. Well, since kinda doesn't sound like you've set a wedding date yet, here's my number. Call me if you find yourself in need of a fun date. Hitting on my girl? Not cool, dude, says none other than Tyler Murray, after somehow sneaking up behind me and dropping his arm over my shoulder like he owns me. Tyler pulls the slip of paper with Garrett's number on it out of my hand and tears it in two, because, yep, that's the kind of guy Tyler is. Garrett gives me a look that says I'm an idiot for dating a jerk like Tyler. I flash an apologetic smile, but don't worry, I'm just waiting for Garrett to walk away before I throw my elbow into Tyler's southern regions. He knows me too well, though, because the second that Garrett walks away, Tyler jumps back with a big grin. You were going to hit me, weren't you? Why are you saying it in the past tense? The threat is still real. Tyler is still very much the same man who moved to New York 5 years ago. He's wearing a dark gray suit that hugs his toned body. He's tall, with chestnut-colored hair and dark chocolate eyes, and he's still got the same smile as the devil. He openly scans my body, and then raises and lowers his brows. Well, shoot, Eves. You look even better than the last time I saw you. I roll my eyes and turn around to return to my seat next to Jo. Go away, Tyler. He chuckles and tries to catch my arm, but I'm faster. Wait. Don't you want this phone number? I'd be willing to paste it back together for a kiss. I would tell him he could kiss my butt, but he would likely just treat it like an innuendo and say something that grosses me out. Nope, don't need it. And now you've filled your douchebag quota for the day, so you can scurry on back to the vermin hole you climbed out of. Charlie and I are weaving in and out of tables, and unfortunately, Tyler is keeping pace with me. Why don't you need it? Have you finally decided to marry me after all? When I walk up, Jo hands me my phone, and before she realizes Tyler is right behind me, says, Jake texted you something sappy again, and I asked him to send a picture of his backside. I know she's kidding, so I don't press it. At least, I hope she's kidding. But I really wish that she hadn't just mentioned Jake's name in front of Tyler. It's not that I think Tyler is some crazy guy from the movies who will kidnap me and stuff me in his trunk until I agree to marry him. But I do know that he's enough like my parents to go to extreme manipulative measures to get what he wants. He's always been that way. It's why he's such a good attorney.
Wait, who's Jake? Don't tell me my Evie Grace has a boyfriend,
Tyler says, coming to stand far too close to me. He's like a pimple. I just want to pop him, or punch him, or step on his toes, or slap him. But I know that if I do, it'll just make things worse for my complexion. Best to ignore him and wait for the breakout to pass. I'm not yours, Tyler, and I never will be. Now leave me alone and find someone else to bug.
Come on, Eves. You know we'd be good together.
Do you seriously not think it's completely insane to marry each other just because you own your daddy's portion of the business now? I'm asking because I genuinely want to know.
I think it makes sense. You know this life better than anyone else. You know what it takes to be a good wife to a man like me. And I know that you look ridiculously good in a cocktail dress. So yeah, I'm willing to sign that contract.
You mean marriage certificate?
Same difference.
Yeah. Go away, Tyler. He chuckles like he hasn't heard a word I've been saying, like he thinks I'm cute for turning him down. I swear, if he pats my butt like he did last time he came to visit, I will tear his favorite limb right off his body.
Tell you what, if you're so worried about it, let me take you out. I'll wine you and dine you, and if you're lucky, I might even.
If you finish that sentence, I promise you I will dump this drink all over that fancy suit of yours. His eyes widen like I've just threatened to shoot him. He relaxes back into his sleazy grin and tugs on his suit lapels.
Your parents want this, Eves, and so do I. So don't think that by me walking away right now I'm giving up. I'll find a way to show you that us being together is the right choice.
He tries to kiss my cheek as he passes by me, but I turn my head away, and whoa, someone should tell that man that a spritz is all it takes. He is a walking bottle of cologne.
Oh, I hate him,
says Joanna once Tyler is out of earshot. Me and you both, I say, and then turn around just as Tyler makes it to the far end of the restaurant and is standing in line to order. I smile a big old blinding smile and call out to him so the whole restaurant turns and looks. Oh, Tyler, I forgot to say that the ointment you had me pick up for you is on your desk at work. The pharmacist said it should clear your rash right up, but that sex is not advised for the first 3 weeks. I have the privilege of watching the scumbag's mouth fall open and the woman in line in front of him, who he had just been checking out relentlessly, turns her shoulder firmly away from him. Even from this far away, I can see his face turn beet red, and then, just as I had hoped, he steps out of line and leaves.
That was too satisfying to watch,
says Joe with a high five. I should feel satisfied too, but I don't, because the only takeaway I have from this whole situation is that I have no idea what sort of relationship I have with Jake, and I really need to figure that out. Are we exclusive? Is he dating other people? A minute ago, I was thrilled about my date with him. Now I'm feeling nervous. I can feel a big, fat DTR on the horizon, and if I know the male sex at all, Jake is not going to be excited about this conversation.
but it needs to happen so I can know whether I should pocket the phone numbers from cute strangers in the future, or if I should put my blinders on and pretend that I no longer notice other males in the vicinity. Chapter 21. Jake. It's Friday, aka a major day for me. Not only is today the first time my daughter will spend the night away from home since being diagnosed with epilepsy, but tonight I will have my first date with a woman other than Natalie in about 11 years. As I'm searching through my closet for something to wear, I realize how out of touch I am. I think my mom got my birth certificate wrong and I'm actually 100 years old instead of 33. Do I wear a t-shirt? Do I wear a tux? A tux is probably a little much. Okay. Breathe, Jake. You know you can't wear a freaking tux. My jeans are on, but I'm still naked from the hips up when I hear Sam scream from her bedroom. I drop the shirt I was contemplating wearing and run into her room, expecting to find her in a pool of blood on her floor. Nope. But I do find her in a pool of clothing. Her dark, wide eyes look up at me and she says, "I have nothing to wear." What? How can we be having the same dilemma? What do you mean? I see lots of clothes. Daddy! She rolls her eyes and sounds way too exasperated at me for stating a fact. These are all day clothes. I don't have any cute PJs. All of the girls are going to have the perfect slumber party PJs, and I'm going to have to go in these old, stained polka dot pants that are way too small for me. This is catching me completely off guard. I had no idea that fashionable PJ attire was a must-have to attend an 11-year-old's slumber party. Although, now I feel like I should have known this. I've seen the cheesy teen movies. I sigh and look at my watch. Okay, we have an hour until I have to have you at Jenna's. Grab your stuff and we'll swing by the store on the way and get you some new PJs. And a bra. What? I'm going to have a full-on panic attack now. Daddy, I'm almost a teenager. Hardly. All the other girls that will be there have already been wearing them. It'll be embarrassing if I'm not. My gut instinct is to pull the emergency lever and shut this whole thing down here and now, because honestly, I'm having trouble breathing. My daughter is almost a teenager, and she's wanting to wear bras, and up next is the sex talk that I don't feel at all ready to give her. But after I give myself a mental slap, I remember that I've been training for this very moment. A man doesn't watch all 7 seasons of Gilmore Girls for nothing. I know to stay calm. Don't panic. Stop, drop, and roll. Basically, do anything besides make my not-so-little girl feel uncomfortable about her changing body. Channel your inner Lorelai Gilmore. I will not be that single dad that sucks. Got it, I say, with a firm nod and start ticking things off on my fingers like it's no big deal. New bra, new PJs, and probably a new toothbrush because I'm guessing you don't like that princess one I bought you last time. She smiles, and I feel like I can sigh with relief. And then she looks at my bare chest and she scrunches her nose. And a new shirt for your date. Perfect. Meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. I go back to my closet, throw on a plain white tee that's good enough for shopping and dropping her off at her friend's house, and then hustle downstairs. Sam and Daisy are already waiting for me when I reach the bottom floor. It's then that I notice something in Sam's eyes that I saw in my own the last time I looked in the mirror. We look at each other for a long minute, both of us heavy with emotion. We are moving on with our lives, not letting the obstacles of this year hold us back. I pull her in for a hug, and she doesn't resist. It's okay. I'm a little scared too, kiddo. You are? She asks, sounding relieved. Yep, but we're both going to do great. The first steps into change are always the hardest. She pulls out of my hug and picks up Daisy's leash. I wish Evie could help me pick out my new bra. I don't really know what to get, and I'm guessing you don't either. Should I be worried that she's wishing for Evie right now and not her own mom? I probably would be if I didn't completely get it. Natalie basically abandoned her. It's hard to want someone who doesn't seem to want you back. Evie, however, has been more invested in Sam's life over the past several weeks than Natalie has all year. I would love to be able to call Evie right now and beg her to go with me and Sam to pick out a bra. I bet she would be perfect in that role. I've no doubts that she would make Sam feel special and grown up without making it awkward like I probably will. But Evie and I haven't even been on a real date yet. I can't call her. I can feel myself trying to sprint. Slow down. Turtle speed, remember? But maybe I can at least text her when we get there about tween bra sizes. Would she think that's weird? Evie. OMG, I loved my first bra. Get her a white one and a gray one so she has something to wear with both a light and dark outfit. Size small. No underwire and nothing with the words push-up unless you want to have a heart attack. And whatever you do, get in and get out as quickly as possible without saying anything remotely close to, "My baby girl is growing up so fast." So, I guess she doesn't find it weird. And now I look like a major perv standing in the girls' bra aisle, smiling like a lunatic. I drop Sam off at Jenna's house with a backpack filled to the brim with turquoise and white PJs that have some kind of sequined koala face on the front of the shirt and the words, "Don't wake me until noon," on the back. She talked me into not only a white and a gray training bra, but also a pink. All in all, I think I've kinda crushed the single dad thing today. When we pull up in front of Jenna's house, Sam tells me I can stay put in the truck. I suggest dropping her off a block away so she can walk back. That way no one will even need to know that she has a dad. And she just replies with a simple, "Not this time." Like it wasn't even a joke, and she was really contemplating it. She's in for a treat if she thinks for 1 second that I won't be sitting a row behind her at the movies on her first date. Sam jumps out of my truck with Daisy in tow and her bag strapped on her back. She darts toward the house with one of her friends that has also just told her parents to keep the car running and drive off as soon as her feet hit the grass. But my kid, the good one, pauses and looks back at me. She comes sprinting back and jumps up onto the running boards of my truck to kiss my cheek through the open window. "Love you, Daddy." "Love you too, Sam. Have fun. Call me if—" I let the statement dangle because somehow I'm afraid that if I say the words out loud, I'll be responsible for a seizure if she has one. She smiles and nods. "I will." And then my little girl goes into her friend's house for her first ever slumber party. My heart squeezes painfully, and I'm glad now more than ever that I had the forethought to plan a date to distract me tonight. I put the truck in drive, and I'm headed home to get ready for my date with Evie, when my phone buzzes with an incoming text. A text that makes my stomach plummet to the ground. Natalie. Headed back from Hawaii soon. Thinking of coming to visit when I get back. Hug Samantha for me. Heart. Chapter 22. Evie. Jake asked if I wanted him to come pick me up for our date, but I thought that would be silly for him to come all the way over to my place and get me, only to drive right back to his house. We went 3 rounds until he gave up and let me call an Uber, but he was adamant that he was going to pay for it. Now, I'm very aware that society would tell me to stand up for myself and own my female empowerment by showing him that I can take care of myself monetarily. But since I'm broke, I've decided that there's room enough for me to feel empowered and also let Jake feel like a hero. It's a give and take. He's given me his money, and I'm taking it. I'll act more empowered next time. The Uber pulls up in front of Jake's magazine-worthy farmhouse, and I'm still in disbelief that I get to even go inside this home, let alone date the man that owns it. Don't get all judgy right now. I'm not after Jake for his money or his belongings. I'm after his abs. Charlie and I get out of the Uber, and I tug on my high-waisted jeans to put them back in their correct placement of hugging my butt and trimming my waist. I paired them with a cute pale pink blouse, and I won't lie, I'm feeling pretty adorable right now. I even took the time to curl my hair in long, loose waves. I look like a walking ad for a Beachy Waves hair product, and I wonder how I got so lucky to not wake up with a zit today. Everything feels too good. I'm still waiting for that hammer to drop, while also trying to be more optimistic, like Joe suggested. I ring the doorbell, and the feel of my heart thudding in my chest helps me count the seconds it takes for Jake to answer the door. 10. As he's opening the door, my nervousness overcomes me, and I wonder if it's too late to play ding-dong ditch and hide in the bushes. Yeah, it's too late. He's seen me, and oh boy, do I see him. Aye, he says in a sultry voice with a smirk that says, yeah, I know I look hot. He puts Garrett's paltry little hi to shame. Jake is tall and muscular, and he's wearing a form-fitting slate blue shirt and day-old stubble on his jaw. His jeans are dark and trim, and I'm sure that he has them tailored to fit him like a glove. I like this look on him. No, I love it. Higher self, I say, and nope. Sultry doesn't sound good on me. I sound delusional and like I have a throat bubble. I'm just considering jumping into the bushes again when Jake steps out to where I'm standing and captures me around the waist. He leans down and brushes my cheek with a kiss from his deliciously scratchy jaw and whispers in my ear, "You look beautiful." Well, okay then. I guess I'll stay. I smile against his cheek, and then he releases me to pat Charlie on the head and take my hand, pulling me inside. The smell of herbs and spices fills my senses, and the sound of Leon Bridges plays softly from the speakers in the ceiling. It doesn't escape my notice that he's turned on the very album I was listening to the night he came over. The lights are dimmer than normal, and my body is hyper-aware that Sam is not home, and this is officially Jake the man's house, and not Jake the dad. My nerves are humming and buzzing and ping-ponging with excitement, and suddenly I don't know what to do with my hands. They don't make real pockets on women's jeans, so I'm forced to clasp them behind me, like a kindergartner who's been told not to touch anything.
Come on in. I'm just finishing up a few things.
He goes into the kitchen, and I follow a few paces behind him, afraid to say anything. Someone, please, tell me what to do right now. I've stood in this kitchen dozens of times. I've spent the last few weeks talking to Jake every single day. But this feels different. The air is different. It's rich with anticipation. It's been a long time since I've gone on a date, even longer since I've been on a date with a man I liked, or a man that looked and acted like Jake. No one should look that sexy holding a ladle and stirring a pot. He's a safety hazard. I decide to give in to my awkward and plaster myself in the farthest corner of his kitchen. The cold marble cuts through my shirt and stings at my lower back, but I don't care. I'm not moving. "How was Sam when you dropped her off?" I managed to squeak out. Jake taps the wooden spoon against the side of the pot and sets it down. He takes note of me standing all the way across the room and smirks. "Great. She looked so happy running in with all her friends. I'm glad I let her go." He goes toward the fridge and pulls out a bottle of white wine. How did he know that was my favorite?
Want a glass?
"Yes," I say a little too eagerly. He smiles and pours, but stays put where he is.
"Here you go."
He's smiling at me and holding the glass in front of him. I know what he's doing. He's bribing me away from my private island, and I have no choice but to comply if I want that wine. And I do want it. I slowly move closer, and he chuckles.
"Why are you so afraid of me tonight?"
"I'm not," I croak, "but I am. I totally am. My nerves are sizzling because I don't know what to expect from the night or what he expects. We are two adults on a first real date, and let's face it, there's been a lot of tension building up between us lately, and I just don't know what he's thinking is going to happen tonight. What do I want to happen? What will I let happen? When I come within arm's reach, he slips his hand around to my lower back and pulls me closer. "Ha-ha, you fell for it, and now you're trapped." I like being trapped. He smells incredible, like he used a body wash with descriptive words on the bottle, like mountain or rain. Somehow, the smell acts like a truth serum, because when he asks me to tell him what's going on in my head, I do. "I'm nervous," I say, looking up and meeting his tender blue eyes. He smiles and a small chuckle runs through his chest.
"Me too."
"Really?" Somehow that surprises me because he seems so put together and sure of himself. He always seems that way, like a sturdy tree that's been there for hundreds of years. You know that if a strong wind blows, it won't knock it over.
"I changed my outfit 3 times.
He admits with a cute, guilty look. I grin and relax a little more into him.
"You didn't." "I did."
His voice is warm and rich. Something changes between us, and I can feel the moment we both realize that we are completely alone in this house and no one will burst in and interrupt a kiss this time. Chill bumps fly across my skin as Jake brushes my hair away from my face and neck and then leans down. But he doesn't kiss my mouth. No, that would be way too obvious a choice for him. Instead, Jake moves right on by my lips and goes to my neck, placing a light, lingering kiss right below my jaw. His lips are warm and I can feel his day-old stubble tickling my neck where he's placing slow, heart-melting kisses. I tip my head back to give him a better vantage point. He puts his hands on my hips and pulls me closer. His kisses are moving up toward my mouth, and as much as I'm loving this slow torture, I'm finding it hard not to tap my foot and tell him to move on to the main event. He and I have kissed twice now, but both of those were nothing. I'm ready to find out what a real kiss is from Jacob Broaden. Just as his mouth is rounding my jaw, I become aware of a bubbling sound on the stove. I think something is boiling, I say. Mm-hmm, he murmurs against my cheek. Is that a bad thing? I don't know why I'm suddenly so concerned with food prep. Actually, it probably has something to do with the way my nervous heart is about to explode from my chest. It's fine. He sounds like he's in a coma. Are you sure? Because I don't get to finish my thought. Jake's lips take mine, and all thoughts of dinner are behind me. In fact, I don't think I ever need to eat again. I'll just stay here and keep kissing Jake for the rest of my life, and I'm pretty sure that will be enough to sustain me. He pulls me flush with his body, and together our kiss feels like a deep exhale, like life has turned fuzzy around the edges and nothing else matters anymore, except he's too tall. I hook my arm around his neck to help pull him down to me, but Jake responds to my dilemma by picking me up and setting me on the counter in front of him. My hands run over the tight ridges and valleys of Jake's shoulders, and I can't believe that I'm even allowed to touch this work of art. He should be boxed up and sent off to a museum where he can be adequately appreciated. I lace my fingers in the back of his hair and breathe in his clean scent. Jake's lips move, both soft and fierce, like the tides of the ocean, and I fall into them and swim. I can hear something on the stove bubbling into a frenzy, and I can't help thinking that whatever is cooking is perfectly mirroring Jake's and my kiss, because let me tell you, it's sizzling. I wind my arms tightly around his neck with a grip that says, "You're not going anywhere." He moves his hands up and down my back, pressing in and tugging me closer, and our lips part. And just like a 3-Michelin-star chef, I'm able to taste the notes of everything he's been cooking. As the minutes go by and Jake and I are lost in each other, I can't help but think of how surreal this feels, how perfect. I should have known. I should have prepared for how I would feel after a kiss like this with him, because Jake is an overachiever, and I feel a little in awe of him. When I'm with Jake, I'm starting to have these feelings that scare me. They are possessive and wanting and wishing to claim Jake as mine. And now, I'm kissing him with the intent to brand him. I want everyone to be able to look at him and see my kiss planted across his lips and know that he's taken. I think Jake can read my thoughts, or my body language, because suddenly he's slowing things down. The weight of his hands splayed out against my back is lightening up, and I can tell he's putting on the brakes. He's not letting this go too far. And dang it if that doesn't make me like him even more. He slowly breaks the seal of our kiss, and I can't open my eyes. They are too heavy and kiss-induced to function properly yet. His hand moves to cut my jaw, and I feel his thumb tenderly caress my cheek as he says, "Let's take it slow, Evie." The way he says it, though, with a low, raspy voice, knots my breath and instantly makes me wish we were still kissing. But with my eyes shut, I nod my head in agreement because I am in agreement. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what kind of girl I am. The go slow kind, the old-fashioned kind, the ring on her finger kind. I say pretty sure because I honestly forgot there for a minute. But now I'm emerging from the most devastating, tender, passionate kiss of my life, and I think I can remember my full name again. I open my eyes and find Jake giving me a lopsided grin that says he knows what effect he's just had on me. Slow, I repeat back to him, like English is not my first language and I'm trying to commit this new foreign word to memory. He smiles bigger and shakes his head a little, stepping back and taking all of his fantastic body with him. With the new, cool air comes the feeling of embarrassment. I can feel that my lips are swollen and my cheeks are pink, and just a minute ago, Jake felt the need to remind me that we should take things slow, which means he was aware that I had my blinker on and was ready to change over to the HOV lane. Move over, slowpokes. But I pushed that embarrassment right back down because I know that Jake wanted that kiss too. He wanted the HOV lane, and the fact that a man like him, wonderful and handsome and a champion kisser, could have used this opportunity of my kiss coma for his own gain, but instead chose to restrain, well, that's filling me with all sorts of warm feelings. I don't want to let him go. I don't want to lay my head on my pillow tonight and wonder or leave any room for doubt. Jake, I say, reaching out and grabbing his hand before he fully turns away. He turns back, and his eyes say, "Why, yes, I would love to kiss you some more." For a moment, I think that sounds like a great idea, but I hurry and speak up before he or I get a chance to act on that thought. What are we? There we go. It's out now. His brows pull together and a thoughtful expression clouds his eyes. What do you mean? I know this is only our first date, but I guess, I don't know. A+ conversational skills are happening over here. Really top-notch stuff. The problem is, I'm scared. I'm scared that making him define the relationship will scare him off, because in history, this is the moment all of my dates bail. It's like they see me approaching with a giant man-sized net and think, no way am I getting trapped in that one. You want to know where this is going? He asks, and I can't tell if he sounds hesitant or not. Yeah, I guess I do. He bites his lips together and nods. He turns away, and I think that maybe I've annoyed him, but when he shuts off the burner and takes whatever has been furiously boiling off of it, I realize he's just getting settled in. He turns around and takes both of my hands, pulling me back up to his warm body, and I wrap both of my arms around his waist. I like this. I like that I get to do this. It feels natural and new, but also like we've been doing this forever. Jake looks down at me and fills his broad chest with air and then lets it out. I think our title would be dating. I like you. You like me. We're making out in the kitchen, but not going too fast too soon. Right. Good. Yeah. But see, that's not the answer that I needed. I want to tell myself to just simmer down and enjoy the ride, but honestly, it's not safe to drive in a car at night with your headlights off. I need to see where I'm going. It's just that a guy at a restaurant asked me out earlier today, and, I honestly didn't know if I should accept or turn him down, because I wasn't sure what this thing between us is. I know we're dating, but are we exclusive? Are we casual? Are we seeing other people? Jake's brows pull together tightly. I can't tell if he looks upset or is just giving it a lot of thought. I think guarded is probably the best description. You got asked out? I nod. He nods slowly, too, and then his expression changes to something lighter. He shrugs, and suddenly he's Mr. Yeah, everything's cool guy. I think we should be non-exclusive. Casual. Oh, that was so not where I was hoping this heart-to-heart was going. Casual. Yeah. He smiles softly. Like I said, I want to take this slow with you. We should just have fun and keep things light. Date, get to know each other, but by all means, feel free to go out with other people. He lets go of me and heads over to pull 2 plates down from the cupboard. I'm staring at him numbly, trying to decide if I'm okay with this or not. I feel let down. As much as I don't want to admit it, I was hoping that Jake, the man that feels so out of my league, saw something in me that made him want me all to himself. But of course he wants to be casual. He's just come out of a long relationship, and he wants some time to explore his options. I don't like casual. I don't like open relationships because they lead to nothing but heartache for me. But I do like Jake, and I think he's beyond wonderful. So, am I willing to sacrifice my wants for this? Play it cool and see where it goes? I don't know, because right now I feel so disappointed that I just need a minute to let my frown loose. Jake is fluttering casually around the kitchen, looking just as cool and collected as he did at the beginning of the night, and I'm pretty sure my shoulders are sagging. I need to wash my hands before we eat. Surely he can't argue with good hygiene. I think my voice might have trembled, though, because he looks over his shoulder with an inquisitive look. I don't wait around for him to ask me if I'm okay. I turn on my heels and make a mad dash for the bathroom and shut the door behind me. I lean against it, give myself the freedom to pout for a minute. Just one little indulgent pity party. My mind bounces from that devastating kiss to his proposal of a casual relationship, back to the kiss. See, this is why I'm old-fashioned. This is why I'm not the kind of girl to sleep around with guys for the fun of it. My heart dives in deep, and if I added the physical layer to it, I'd be shattered when he decided he was ready to move on. While I'm in here, I decide to stall by going to the bathroom. It's when I'm seated on the porcelain throne that I realize my obnoxious and never appreciated friend, Aunt Flo, has arrived early for her visit. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Because guess what? I know for a fact that I don't have any tampons on me because I didn't bring my purse. I want to groan at the injustice of the last half hour. It's fine, though. I'm fine. This isn't my first rodeo. It's not glamorous, but I know what to do here. I wrap toilet paper around my hand a few times until I've made a nice, scratchy, and uncomfortable pad for myself to tuck into my underwear until I can get home. I don't know if I'm relieved or disappointed that this date has to end early. On one hand, I'm happy that I'll have more time to think over the casual proposition, but I'm also sad to leave Jake. I've missed him this week. Oh, well, I have to go because I don't really care to free bleed on Jake's couch. Now I just have to make up an excuse that will get me out of here without having to sacrifice my dignity. Chapter 23. Jake. I've been nervously pacing the kitchen, waiting for Evie to come out of the bathroom. I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that the conversation we just had did not come out in my favor. It might have just been in my head, but she seemed spooked before she went to the bathroom. When I hear the bathroom door open but Evie doesn't come right into the kitchen, I round the corner and find her in the living room. She has Charlie's leash in one hand and her cell phone in the other. She's looking down and typing on it, but when I enter the room, her wide green eyes shoot up to me, and she offers an awkward smile. "Oh, hey. Yeah, so I'm really sorry, but it turns out I've got to cut our dinner date short." "What?" "I had something come up and it's kinda important. Well, actually, it's super important, and I have to take care of it right away. I'm really sorry." Jake, you freaking idiot! I knew that I played it too cool back there in the kitchen. When Evie told me she was asked out by some random dude, I freaked out inside. That situation is exactly why I've been hesitant to date someone as young and gorgeous as Evie. But then I thought about it and realized she had given me the perfect excuse to have my cake and eat it too. I could date her. I could enjoy time with her. I could kiss her. But as long as I never mentally plan to commit to this woman, I'll be okay. I can't lose someone I never really had. But right now, seeing her frantically typing on her phone, I'm thinking that I made a mistake. "Don't go," I say, reaching out to cover her phone with my hand. "Or at least give me 2 minutes." Her eyes hit mine, and there is a look of finality in them that makes my stomach twist. "Definitely not. I need to go." Wow. I must have really butchered that conversation more than I realized. I feel a little desperate. I tried to play it cool earlier, and clearly that didn't work. So now it's time to let it all hang out. "Evie, I know I made it seem like I couldn't care less about this relationship, but here's the truth. I really like you. I like you so much that it scares me. The last woman I cared for left me high and dry after 9 years of marriage. I'm still a little banged up and scarred. I want to have a relationship with you because I think you're incredible and gorgeous and smart and—" She looks so shocked right now that I'm scared I'm coming off a little stalkerish. But I keep going because I've opened the gates and the truth is all flooding out. Way too good for me. But I have a lot of baggage, and honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you want to split right now. I've been playing it cool, but I'm scared of putting myself out there to have something real again. That's why I'm not ready for anything serious. I don't want to punish you by making you turn down other dates when I'm not ready for anything." "Jake!" Evie cuts off my long-winded monologue with a small chuckle. I don't really know what's funny about what I just said, laying my heart out on the line like that and all, but she chuckles nonetheless. "You didn't have to say any of that." She shrugs and shakes her head. "I'm not leaving because I was mad or offended. I'm leaving because I started my period early, and I don't have any tampons with me." "What?" Her statement sinks in, and I feel my shoulders relax. "You started your period?" She looks embarrassed as she nods, a tense smile on her mouth. I stare, blinking at Evie and trying to wrap my mind around this new turn of events. Evie is not upset. She never was. I didn't have to pour my heart out to her. She was fine with casual. She clears her throat and folds her arms. So, can I call an Uber now? Since, I still don't have any tampons with me. Oh. I snap back to life and take her phone out of her hands and toss it onto the couch. No. She sighs. I don't think you fully understand my predicament. I grab her hand, dragging her toward the guest bathroom. Once inside, I open the linen closet, revealing 3 shelves fully stocked with every kind of maxi pad and tampon known to man or woman. I wave my hand over the selection like I'm Vanna White. Ta-da! I say, and then feel really stupid. Is it weird to be proud of your selection of feminine hygiene products? Her mouth falls open. Why do you have a closet full of pads and tampons? My sisters are never prepared, and I got sick of making tampon runs when they would come over to hang out or watch Sam. I decided just to stock my house, and it'll come in handy when Sam, well, you know. She laughs and stares at the closet. I've never been so jealous of anything in my life. I'm so cheap that I always buy the smallest boxes possible, like I might not get a period next month. She pauses and looks at me hesitantly. Was that TMI? I laugh. Evie, I have 4 sisters, a mother, a 10-year-old daughter, and I was married for 9 years. I'm very aware that you have a period, and I'm not at all embarrassed by it. You shouldn't be either. She quirks a brow at me. Are you about to give me a speech on feminism and how I should be proud of my womanly body and its functions? I let my gaze travel the length of her, and when my eyes meet hers again, I say, You definitely should be proud of your body. She shoves my chest with a guttural laugh. If anyone but you said that to me, I would show him the new skills I've learned in my self-defense class. So what you're saying is I can deliver a line better than any other man in the world? Okay, get out. I agree, but not before leaning down to kiss her rosy cheek. We're good. She smiles, brushes her wavy hair behind her ear, and I swear, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. We're great, but we're going to have a whole different problem soon if you don't get out of here and let me steal one of these tampons. I lean in a little closer and drop my voice to whisper seductively against her ear. If you're lucky, I'll even let you take home a whole box. She pretends to shiver. I thought you didn't want to be my sugar daddy. I'll be whatever you want me to be, Evie Jones. I said that in a serious tone because I am serious. In that moment where I thought she was going to walk out my door and out of my life, I was ready to throw all my fears out the window and tell her I'll do serious. I would have made a Facebook profile just so I could change my status to in a relationship to make her happy. Her dark green eyes lock with mine, and she raises up on her tiptoes to lay the softest, most alluring kiss on my mouth. It's not nearly long enough. And I'm happy to take things slow for you, Jake. I'm glad you were honest with me. And this, people, is what a healthy relationship looks like. And yeah, I'm feeling hopeful about a woman for the first time in a year. The question is, how long will it last? Chapter 24. Evie. It's 9:30 p.m., and Jake and I have moved outside to swing on his back porch. The night is warm, and the stars are bright against the black backdrop of the sky. We leave the porch lights off and decide to swing with the moon as our only light. It's romantic and quiet and still. When we sit down on the swing, Jake reaches over and pulls me closer, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. I've learned that he's an affectionate man, and I still can't believe I get to know that about him. I also like his deodorant. I briefly wonder if I could get away with using some before I leave without him noticing. That's creepy, right? Yeah, let's forget I considered it. Jake picks up his phone again and checks the screen. He's had that thing glued to him all night, and if I didn't know the real reason he was checking it so much, I'd be worried he was waiting for a booty call from another woman. But I don't say anything about it because I know that he's just worried about Sam. It strikes me how different this first date is from all of the others I've been on. Not only have we already made out in the kitchen and discussed my menstrual cycle, but usually on a first date, I would maybe be holding his hand, with about 12 inches still neatly placed between the sides of our thighs. Make room for the Holy Spirit, as Grandmama used to say. But as it is, Jake has me tucked in so close to his side that I'm pretty much sitting on his lap. Sorry, Grandmama. I feel like a little bunny rabbit, so I nestle in a little closer to his stupidly defined side and sigh with contentment inside my burrow. Sam's going to be just fine, I say when I catch him checking his phone again. I know. Do you? No, I'm lying. If you weren't here to tether me to this porch swing, I'd probably already be in my truck, halfway to Jenna's house to get her back. I reach across him and lace my fingers in his. His hands are calloused and warm. Just say the word and I'll handcuff you to this swing. He looks down at me with a big, fat smirk. Oh, really? So now I know you're a butt girl and a little kinky. I poke him hard in the side and he laughs. Not like that, you weirdo. How is it so easy to be with him? It's not supposed to feel like this. We're supposed to feel awkward and uncomfortable. And by now on a date, I'm usually texting Jo an SOS, so she'll call and say my house is on fire and I need to come put it out. Instead, I'm rubbing my thumb across the back of Jake's knuckles and wondering if he'd be scared if I asked to go ahead and move in. Truth is, I'm falling head over heels for this man, and it's scaring me to death. He wants to go slow, and I want to punch the gas. I feel safe with Jake, and the sensation is entirely new for me. But I've watched enough movies and dated enough jerks to know that something is probably waiting around the corner to jump out and bite me. Maybe I don't have to take a turn at all, though. No corners, no dark hallways. And I definitely don't have to walk through any creepy doors that would have the audience yelling, "Don't go in there, you idiot!" I think Jake and I have this dating thing figured out. We're being adults, communicating through our issues, and honestly, I'm really proud of us. I sit up a little and pull my knees up on the swing to be more eye level with Jake. He holds me tight, though, saying with his body, You're not going anywhere, you sexy lady. I added the sexy lady bit to boost my own confidence. Don't judge. Let's play a game to distract you from worrying about Sam, I say, turning my torso to face him. He smiles and picks up my legs and drapes them over his lap. So, whoa, I guess he's feeling comfortable on this first date, too. I can hear my grandmama trying to remind me of the Holy Spirit, but I remind her, as every dutiful Southern child would, that the good Lord lives in my heart. What sort of game? His blue eyes are sparkling and my whole body flushes. I can see his mind working and, honestly, it's not fair. These mixed signals are torture. We're playing tug-of-war between fast and slow, but I can't keep up with who's tugging for which end. What happens if we both give up? Chills race across my arms, and I dust them off with my hands. It's called the honesty game. So, truth or dare? Would he quit talking like that? In that deep, sexy, husky tone that's dripping with innuendos? No, I say, tugging on the slow side of the rope. Just the truth game. It goes like this. One of us asks a question, and the other answers truthfully. He nods thoughtfully. Yeah, so just basically talking then. I don't think you can call it a game if one of us isn't daring the other to take off their clothes and jump in the pool if we don't want to answer the question. I gasp and give him a big poke in the side again, because, let's face it, I like feeling his obliques. You wouldn't. I thought you were a gentleman. He chuckles and grips my legs as he squirms away from my tickling pokes. I would so dare you to skinny dip. I thought you were wanting to take this whole thing slow. Want? No. Will? Yes. Why am I let down by that? I want to smack myself with a ruler. Behave, Evie. I'm supposed to be grateful for the good guys who want to respect me. I'm supposed to respect myself enough to make sure men do too. Girl power, feminism, and something else about milk and cows that I can't remember anymore because Jake is now massaging my feet. Like, what? What man does this on a first date? How is he so good at knowing what a woman really wants? I think I'm half in love with him already. Are you feeling okay? Need a heating pad or anything? Never mind. It's full-on love. I'm okay, thanks. What I really want is to get inside Jake's head and learn everything I can about him. I think the idea of the truth game freaked him out a little, and that's why he was sidestepping it with a joke. But guess what? I like to wave at the relationship no stop signs as I'm speeding by them. Okay, first question. Why did you get divorced? Jake's eyebrows raise, and he swivels his face to give me a disbelieving stare. Wow, you didn't waste any time with that one. I like to live on the dangerous side. Jake takes in a full breath and lets it out. Can I just take off my clothes and jump in the pool instead? Not picturing that, not picturing that, not picturing that. Shoot, I pictured it. And yep, I'm debating letting him do it now. No, you've got to answer. He winces and then settles back against the swing, busying himself while he talks by rubbing his hand up and down my leg, not distracting at all. All right. Here it is. I didn't really date in high school. I was more focused on my grades and sports than girls. My mom likes to say it was because I was a really great kid, but actually, it was because we didn't have any hot girls in my grade. I laugh and give him 10 points for honesty. When I graduated and started college, I met this really forward girl. She was... Jake takes on a distant look that kinda makes me feel jealous, but I decide to chill. Physically attractive, and had a sort of larger-than-life attitude. She drew me in with her beauty and charm, and I fell for her fast and hard. I proposed after only a month of dating, and she said yes. We set the wedding date for 6 months after I proposed, and she was already 2 months pregnant with Sam on our wedding day. Whoa, I say with an awkward smile. I think I was secretly hoping for one of those divorce stories where he realized instantly that she wasn't the right woman for him, and he's been miserable for the last 9 years. Yeah, I know. That was kind of gross of me to think, but I never claimed to be a saint.
Yeah, it was intense. And honestly, those first few years were great. We were so wrapped up in each other and our newlywed bliss that it felt like nothing could stop us. I graduated from college, and Natalie, Sam, and I moved to Texas so I could work at a big box architecture firm. Natalie decided to drop out of school right after she had Sam, so she never finished her teaching degree. After about 5 years of marriage, things started to get really rocky. I decided that I wanted to branch out and open my own firm, and also that I missed my family and wanted to be closer to them. We moved here to Charleston, and money was really tight for the first 2 years of getting my firm off the ground. Natalie grew restless, so she started spending more and more time at the gym. She became a Pilates instructor, and then it was like, before I knew it, we were never seeing each other anymore. Natalie would still spend time with Sam, but not much. I felt guilty thinking that maybe Natalie was so restless because she gave up her dreams to stay home with Sam while I went after mine. So I started taking over the brunt of the parenting responsibilities. Things just got worse, and she became more and more distant. She completely changed her appearance and lost like 30 pounds. It was like she was always chasing a happiness that I couldn't give her. Finally, last year, she told me that she met someone else who could give her the life I couldn't. He laughs a mirthless laugh. He was a pilot. Jake finally looks at me. Turns out, it's not just me who can't give her the life she wants. She's had 3 serious relationships in the past year. Wow, Jake. I'm so sorry. That sounds terrible. You and Sam deserve better than that. He shrugs. Sam does, for sure.
I take his hand in mine. You do too.
I wasn't perfect, Evie. No failed marriage is the result of one person.
I know he's right, but I also know Jake, and I'm sure that he's done nothing but beat himself up for his mistakes this past year and replayed 1,000 different scenarios where he could have done better. I think right now he just needs someone on his side that can scoop him off the ground, dust him off, and say, "Try again." But then again, maybe that's just me being selfish, because I really want Jake to try again, with me. It breaks my heart to see how sad Jake looks right now, so I decide to lighten the mood. Yeah, you're right. I think if you would have just sacrificed a little and gotten butt implants or something for her, it would have solved your problems. Jake barks out a laugh and shakes his head at me.
You and butts.
I don't know how this has become my thing, but now I'm 100% certain that if Jake and I make this work, he's going to buy me a mug for Christmas that says, "I like big butts, and I cannot lie." I'll worry about that bridge when I have to cross it.
So,
he says, giving me a vulnerable smile that melts me a little.
Now that you know all the baggage I'm carrying, do you still want to date me?
I feign a look of contemplation for a second before my eyes shift to him, and I lean in slowly to place a soft kiss on his mouth. I hear him taking a breath through his nose, and his hand lands on my jaw. But then, before things get too interesting, he groans and breaks the seals of our lips. He's smiling and shaking his head.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going to distract me out of my turn.
Shh. Shoot, I thought that was going to work. I lean my shoulder against the swing. Fine, do your worst.
Tell me about your relationship with your parents.
Ouch. So, this is how it feels when someone goes right for the kill. I scrunch my nose and try to decide where to start. 5th grade talent show when my mama scolded me all the way home for missing the high note and coming in 3rd? Nah. Instead, I tell Jake what it was like growing up in a house with parents who only care about money and status. I told him how the only time my mama ever showed me any affection was when we were in public and a woman that appeared to have better domestic skills was watching. And now they are trying to freeze me out. If I'm poor enough and hungry enough, they think I'll come to my senses and marry Tyler. But the joke is on them, because I know how to make a pack of ramen noodles last a whole week. Which reminds me, I grilled an extra steak for you to take home. He just keeps getting better. Careful, I'm like a stray cat. If you feed me, I might keep coming back.
That's what I'm hoping for.
He smiles and my stomach turns inside out. Anyways, I just decided that if I'm never going to be good enough for them, I might as well have them be disappointed in me for doing something I love rather than living a life that makes me feel like crap. He reaches up and runs his hand through my hair. The look on his face says he's wanted to do that all night, maybe even since he met me.
Evie, let me say what your parents are too stupid to recognize. You're an incredible woman.
I'm not good with compliments. It's either because I'm not used to hearing them or because I've heard so much criticism over the course of my life that I can't believe the good things people tell me. But either way, I want to throw my hands up and bat away those compliments like I'm Babe Ruth. I'm messy and forgetful and I don't like greens. Jake's eyes grow serious, and I'm sure he's about to try to convince me of my merits, so I stand up abruptly and smooth out my shirt. It's getting late. I better call an Uber. Charlie's getting antsy. Jake lifts his brows and glances around me. I follow his gaze to my traitorous dog, who's curled up in a comfy little ball by the porch railing.
You're right. He looks super anxious.
Yep, this is how he manifests anxiety. He looks chill, but believe me, inside, he's fit to be tied. Now, run, Evie. Jake grabs my hand and pulls me to a stop.
Why are you getting squirmy again?
He stands up and invades my space. I'm not. I lie. I'm squirming because Jake is the first man in a long time that I've wanted to look into my eyes and convince me that I'm worth something. I really can feel myself falling for him, and falling in love with someone on a first date is definitely not slow material.
Stay with me tonight,
he says quietly. Well, that's definitely not going to help anything either.
Not like that. I just mean, stay here tonight. We can stay up all night talking or watching a movie or whatever. I won't get many chances like this to spend time with you without Sam, and I want to take advantage of every minute I get.
I should go home. I should not stay. Oh, but I want to stay. Staying sounds like a dream, and Charlie does look awfully comfortable. What kind of a heartless terrorist would I be to wake my sleeping pup when he looks that comfy? Jake squeezes my hand, willing me to say yes. I'm opening my mouth to say just that when our attention is distracted by the sudden buzzing of his phone. He lets go of my hand and darts to his phone. Noticing the number, his eyes flash worry at mine. It's Jenna's parents. Answer it. He puts the phone to his ear, and I can see the worry and dread fill in his face. Will, is everything okay? He listens for a minute, giving away no hints of what Will is saying. I wish I'd asked him to put it on speaker. Is Sam okay? Did she have a seizure? There is a silent panic I've never felt before welling up in my heart. Jake mumbles a few mm-hms and then says, "I'll be right over." He hangs up and his shoulders relax. She's fine. She didn't have a seizure, but she wants to come home. I sigh, feeling deep relief. What is this feeling? I'm worried about how my heart seems to be tying itself to not only Jake, but his daughter. Whew, that's good. He gives me an apologetic smile, and I already know what he's going to say, so I hold up my hand. Don't apologize. I was going to decline your offer to stay anyway. He gives me a look that says he doesn't believe me one bit. Yeah, okay. I was. Jacob Broaden, I am a Southern woman of great moral principle. If you think I can be easily seduced by your pretty blue eyes, you'll be sorely disappointed. He laughs and wraps an arm around me, pulling me up close to him. Come with me to get Sam. I can drop you off at your apartment after. You sure? He smiles and nods slowly before releasing me. He helps me gather all of my things and Charlie, and the extra food bag that looks suspiciously less like an extra steak and a lot more like a full bag of groceries. I should turn him down, but I don't want to. I think I even see the box of tampons I opened earlier on the top, and I smile to myself. Chapter 25. Jake. Evie and I pull up outside of Jenna's house, and the door immediately flies open. Out comes Sam and Daisy, waving to Jenna's parents, who are decked out in stupid matching robes and slippers. They have their initials monogrammed on them, the robes and slippers, and they are giving Sam a pitying look as she barrels toward my truck. I open the door and get out to help Sam and Daisy in, and then wave back at Will and his wife, Beth. Beth calls out, "So sorry you had to come all the way here in the middle of the night, Jake." Okay, well, it's 10 o'clock, so not exactly the middle now, is it, Mrs. Exaggeration? We tried to get her to stay, but she wasn't having it. Beth's voice annoys me for some reason. I think it's because she's looking at Sam like she thought it was a bad idea to invite her in the first place. It's a pitying, "I told you so" look. As if my daughter is the first young girl in the history of girls to want to leave a sleepover early. No problem, Beth. I was glad to come get her. Oh, she says suddenly, tilting her head to get a better look through my window. Sorry, I just noticed you have a friend with you. She's squinting hard, trying to get a good look at Evie, and I just wave and shut my truck door so the tinted windows will hide Evie's face. Beth is queen of the rumor mill at Sam's school. She's on the board and is also the cheer coach. That woman doesn't like for anything to happen without her express knowledge and permission. I can see her chomping at the bit to catch a glimpse of my young, hot date, so she can text everyone in her circle of moms that I now have hussies. That would be her word, not mine. Sleeping over at my house, and no one should trust their daughters in my care anymore. Night. Thanks again, I say, opening the truck door and slipping in quickly before Beth gets a peek at my mysterious woman inside. I think I'd make a good bodyguard if this architect thing doesn't work out, because Beth isn't awarded even the tiniest glimpse of Evie. The moment I turn the key and start the engine,
Evie leans over to me and says quietly, "Stupid robes, right?" I wish I could kiss her right now, but I don't know how Sam would feel about that. You don't like the matchy-matchy couple style? She grimaces and shakes her head before turning her whole body around in her seat to face Sam like she always does. It's not safe in the least, but it's sweet, so I allow it. "How's it going, darling? Everything okay?" I was literally opening my mouth to ask that very question. Why do I like it so much that she beat me to it? I shut my mouth and look in the rearview mirror to catch Sam's answer, but her downcast expression worries me. "I'm sorry, Evie. I tried. I really thought it would be fun, but I just couldn't stop feeling scared and wanting to go home." "Oh, Sam, why are you apologizing to me for that?" She shrugs. "Because I know that's why I have Daisy, to make me feel more comfortable and keep going on with my normal life like you do with Charlie. But even though I had her by me and I knew she'd do her job, I just still kept feeling scared that I'd have a seizure while I was sleeping. I just felt nervous and wanted to go home." She pauses and looks at me now. "I'm sorry I put up such a big fight to go, Daddy." Her words pierce me. She thinks I'm going to be disappointed that she came home? No way. I think she's brave as heck for even fighting to go in the first place. Once again, I'm about to say all of this when I notice Evie unclick her seatbelt and start climbing over the center console to get in the back seat with Sam. For a split second, her butt is in the air beside me, and I have to remember to concentrate on the road. She settles in beside Sam and wraps an arm around her shoulders. The sight shakes me, and I feel speechless now. "Listen to me, darling, and remember this for the rest of your life. It's always okay to go home. Anytime you feel uncomfortable or scared, never worry about what anyone else is going to think if you call your daddy and have him come get you. Your house is a safe place, and you love being there, and that's something to be proud of, not embarrassed about." A car honks at me, and I realize I've nearly just sat through a whole green light as I'm listening to Evie give my daughter the best speech I've ever heard. I kind of just want to roll down my window and wave the jerk behind me to go on by. Can't he see that I'm having a moment here? "You're not disappointed in me?" Sam asks Evie, not me. It also strikes me that Sam is not even questioning why Evie is in the car. It's like she knew she would be, like she's a part of our life now. How do I feel about that? Evie squeezes Sam. "Never. I'm so stinking proud of you for even giving it a try. Do you know that it took me a whole 6 months with Charlie before I felt brave enough to go anywhere without a friend with me? But there was nothing wrong with that either. We all find our bravery at different times, and that's perfectly fine." Sam smiles and settles her head on Evie's shoulder. "Thanks, Evie." "Any time, sweetie." She kisses the top of Sam's head and brushes her hair away from her face. The sight is tearing me up inside. In my little rectangular mirror, I see the most perfect picture of a woman that doesn't have to be here, caring for my little girl, who adores her, and their service dogs on either side of them. Evie connects with Sam in a way that I will never be able to. This should upset me, but for some reason it relieves me. Maybe I won't have to do everything on my own after all. Maybe Sam will get to have a mother that cares for her like she deserves. And dang it, those thoughts do not sound casual.
They sound a lot like commitment. Chapter 26. Evie. The morning after the best date of my life, I'm trying hard to focus while training a handful of our volunteers how to teach the newest batch of puppies to walk with loose leashes. But I can't keep my brain from wandering off back to last night and how it felt to sit on Jake's counter and kiss him. "Evie, is this okay?" asks a volunteer. "Yeah, it's fine," I reply, still in a daze until I realize that the pup is practically dragging the woman across the lawn to chase a butterfly. I snap into action, gaining both the puppy's and the volunteer's attention, and I quickly run back over the instructions on how to get the puppies to mind their manners on the leash. We go on and on like this for a time, and I can't seem to keep myself from checking my phone every couple of minutes to see if Jake has texted me. Wow, I'm pathetic. I've gone from an independent woman to a needy girlfriend overnight. Actually, I'm not even his girlfriend, just a needy girl with a Texas-sized crush on the guy she's seeing. Finally, the workday is over, and I'm on my way home. I feel so let down from not hearing from Jake that I think my arms are actually dragging on the ground as I walk. There's sad music playing in my head, and I'm just about to break out in a melancholy ballad and let my hands drag across a field of wheat when I hear my phone ringing in my purse. I pause on the sidewalk right outside of a bakery and grab my phone out of my purse. I don't even look at the caller ID because I'm certain that it's Jake. I think we have that special telekinesis that couples get when they've been together a long time. Technically, we've only been together for the span of one date, which was last night, but we connected on such a deep level that I don't think we need the same amount of time that other people do to develop couple superpowers. "Hello?" My flirtatious tone is dialed up to 10. "Evelyn Grace, why do you sound like an inappropriate phone operator of some sort?" Mama. Apparently, Jake and I do need a little more time for those superpowers to kick in. "How would you even know what one of those ladies sounds like, Mama?" She's quiet for a second, and I take that opportunity to give myself a tally in the book of Evie versus Melanie I started a few years ago. My therapist says it's not healthy, but what does she really know anyways? Mama apparently doesn't have a good rebuttal for that question, so she decides not to answer it. "I'm sure you're busy petting puppies, so I'll make this quick." I think she has a tally book too, and is probably adding a tick to her column right now, but she would be wrong. That one didn't even hurt, because, ha, the joke's on her. I already did my puppy petting this morning, and it was a lovely way to spend my time as well as an important part of socializing the new pups. I decide to sit on the bench outside of the bakery to finish this chat instead of continuing my walk home, because I have a feeling that I'm going to need some carb therapy after I hang up. "Very kind of you to consider my time," I say, and lean over to pet Charlie's head. "I'll cut right to the chase. I want you to come to the house for dinner tomorrow night." Thanks, but no thanks." "If you would have let me finish, you would have heard why I want you to come to dinner." I wince and shut my eyes because I can smell a Melanie Jones special coming down the line. A fancy dinner that costs more than my whole week's worth of groceries, dessert that melts in my mouth, and a big old helping of manipulation on the side. "I would like for you to come to dinner because your daddy and I have decided to make a sizable donation to your little dog business." Yep,
There it is. Actually, our dogs are pretty large, I say, but Mama doesn't snicker because I don't think she knows how to laugh at a joke. Jake would have laughed. I let out a long sigh and decide to be serious to get this over with faster. A donation would be great. Feel free to make one at the benefit. A family is walking by me, and I can see that they so badly want to stop and pet Charlie. Most people are pretty good about not storming up to pet him without permission, but occasionally I get a few who don't understand that he is a working dog and will get right down on the ground and start loving on him without my consent. It's hard, not only because it usually makes me have to stop whatever I'm doing, but because it distracts Charlie when I need him to be his most alert. But I try to give everyone as much grace as possible, since I know it's difficult to ignore a dog as adorable and fluffy as Charlie. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not relieved, though, when the family passes by me without stopping. Well, of course, we'll make a donation at the benefit, but we would also like to make a special donation separate from the fundraiser. Oh, Mama, I wish so badly she would stop trying to pull these puppet strings all day. I'm tired of dancing for her. I'm halfway tempted to turn down her offer, but I can't. We're desperate for the money. More money means more dogs we can give away to those who need them. I would feel terrible knowing that I had to turn someone away who couldn't afford the high-ticket price of our dogs because I was too insecure to have dinner with my parents. And I'm guessing there is no way you would consider just mailing us a check? Mama makes a scoffing sound. You know, Evelyn, you are starting to sound rather ungrateful for my offer. Maybe we won't give an additional donation, since it sounds as if you're not in great need after all. I sigh so loudly I'm sure it sounds like a windstorm on Mama's end. Looks like I'm going to be dancing tomorrow night. All right, I'll be there. What time? I can practically hear the wrinkles creasing around my Mama's mouth as her lips form a smug smile. Dinner is at 7, and please, for heaven's sake, be punctual. We will have a few other important guests at dinner, who I'm sure would be more than happy to pull out their checkbooks if you make a good impression. So, come wearing that winning smile I taught you back in your pageant days, and a dress with a hemline that hits below the knee. There is no doubt in my mind that this is all one big trap. I wish I knew what it was so I could be prepared before I get caught in it. I'll be sure and pick up my nun costume from the dry cleaner. Evelyn Grace, don't you dare! I hang up, and my phone immediately starts ringing again. I wasn't serious. I don't even own a nun costume, I say, standing up and starting to walk home. I don't feel like eating my feelings anymore. My stomach is twisting uncomfortably now that I know I have to go to my parents' house for dinner. That's too bad. I bet you'd make a sexy nun. It's Jake. Ha! We do have telekinesis. What? Nothing. What's up? I realize I'm practically skipping down the sidewalk now. That's what the sound of Jake's voice does to me. Turns me into a skipper. I was just calling to see if you have any plans tomorrow night, and before you say anything, I know I'm supposed to wait 48 hours before asking you out on a second date, but this is Sam's fault. She wants you to come over and watch a movie with us. It has nothing to do with me wanting to spend more time with you. I stop skipping and groan, because now I'm doubly upset that my mama has manipulated me into going to dinner. I wish I could, but I have dinner plans tomorrow night. Oh, a hot date? He asks in a playful tone, but I can tell he's only half joking.
My heart swells a little that he's jealous of me going on a date with another man. Far from it. I'm being forced to go to a dinner party at my parents' house because they are evil overlords who have too much money. Gotcha. Okay. So, do you want some company then? I can have June come stay with Sam. He's offering to go with me? I didn't even really give him a valid reason, and he's willing to go with me anyway? It's going to be torture. Will you be there? I laugh. Yeah? Then it'll be worth it. Yep, I'm a goner. I am no match for this man. He makes me feel wanted and valued in a way that I didn't even know existed. As scary as it is, I'm starting to picture a future with Jake, one where, after 40 years of marriage, he still pinches my butt in the kitchen. Charlie looks up and sees my dreamy expression and shakes his head at me. I think he really is getting jealous now. All right, then. Yes, I'd love for you to come with me. We continue to talk for my whole walk home, and before I know it, I'm lying on my couch and twirling my hair around my finger while Jake tells me about his day. Yes, he's made me a hair twirler, too. Don't worry, I'm fully aware of how annoying I am to be around now. Finally, he asks for details about what he should wear tomorrow night and what time we need to be leaving my house to get to my parents' place. I tell him 6:30, to which he replies, "Great. I'll be there at 6:15 so I can mess up your lipstick a little before we go." I'm having so much fun in this flirty bubble with Jake that, at first, I don't even realize that Charlie has suddenly stood up and come to sit in front of me, staring. It's not a normal stare. It's a direct look that he only ever uses when he needs my attention most. My chuckle dies out, and dread takes its place. I know this look. I've seen it many times. "Hang on, Jake," I say, and I think he can hear the worry in my voice because he starts asking if everything is okay. I ignore him and focus on Charlie, who is now whining, and I know it's not because he needs to go potty. Annoyed that I'm not acting on his signals, Charlie takes his alerting to the next level. He takes the hem of my dress into his mouth and starts tugging me. I blow out a breath through my mouth because now I'm certain that Charlie is alerting me of an oncoming seizure. I know what he's telling me to do. "All right, buddy, I'm coming," I say to Charlie, and I follow our usual procedure and get down on a clear spot on the floor. I probably could lie on the couch or my bed, but I'm always worried that I'll convulse myself out of the bed and hit my head on the floor. Living on my own, I like to be more careful than necessary when it comes to my seizures. So, I lie on my back and take a deep breath. It doesn't matter how many times I've gone through this, though. It never gets less scary. "Jake?" "What's wrong, Evie?" "Charlie just alerted me. I'm going to have a seizure." My voice shakes, even though I'm trying so hard to put on a brave face. I'm going to be okay. Charlie will watch out for me. Once I lose consciousness and begin convulsing, I know that Charlie will move me onto my side to keep me safe. He'll go push the button on the wall that calls Joe, and then come back to stay with me and lick my face to bring me back into consciousness faster. Even now, he's going to the fridge and using the tug rope to pull it open and retrieve a bottle of water for me after the seizure. When Jake speaks, he sounds as heavy as I feel. "How long do you think until it starts?" He always alerts me 10 to 30 minutes before an episode. "Okay." I hear him rustling papers around frantically. "I'm on my way from the office, so it won't take me long to get there." "What?" I start to sit up, but Charlie doesn't like it and tugs me back down.
I comply. Jake, you don't have to do that. I'll be all right. I'll call you later once everything passes.
Evie.
His voice is deep and means business. If my heart rate wasn't already high from nervousness, it would be elevated for a whole different reason.
I want to. Please let me come over.
Honestly, I'm contemplating saying no. I'm nervous. What if he gets here in time to see the episode? I've never filmed myself, so I don't know what I look like during a seizure, but I've seen it reenacted by mean boys enough times to get a pretty good idea. Jake has seen Sam's seizures, so it won't be totally foreign to him. But what if seeing me this way changes the way I look to him? I might be less attractive, or he'll realize that I'll just be more of a burden in his life. You might be thinking I'm overreacting here. I'm not. These fears have all evolved out of past experiences. The truth is, Tyler Murray and I dated from freshman to junior year of high school. And remember those jocks that made fun of me for the way I convulsed during a seizure in class? Yeah, Tyler was one of them. Actually, first he broke up with me, and then he made fun of me with his buddies. I never told my parents about that day, and the weeks he spent reenacting my seizures in the hallway when I'd pass by, because I was too embarrassed, ashamed over something I couldn't control. Later, when Tyler and I graduated and before he moved away, he tried to get back together with me, most likely because his parents were beginning to convince him of the merit of marrying a Jones by that point. And when I turned him down because of how he treated me our junior year, he said the teasing was all good-natured fun and he didn't mean any harm by it. It didn't feel good-natured to me, and to this day, he's never actually apologized for what he did. Point is, it stuck with me all this time, and I'm legitimately afraid that if Jake comes over and sees me like that, it will put an end to our relationship before it ever gets going. But then, I remember my own advice to Sam. If you think that these girls will be mean to you if you have a seizure, don't go. They're not worth your friendship. Jake is worth it. I'm just about to tell him to come over when I hear Jake's keys jingle, and he says, "Like it or not, I'm on my way." I take a deep breath and shut my eyes. I guess that's that then. I put my arm over Charlie and wait. I had a seizure, I know that much. Everything feels a little foggy, and my arms and legs are heavy. I'm coming out of the seizure, and everything feels like a dream where life is a blurry haze. I don't know how long ago I had it, but I know that I'm in the post-ictal phase and that I probably won't feel like myself again for a while. All I want to do is sleep. Suddenly, I hear a voice. "Are we all clear, Charlie?" And I realize it's Jake. I peek open my eyelids, but they feel so heavy. The nausea is pretty intense, too, so I shut them again.
"That was a good boy,"
I hear Jake say, and I picture him petting Charlie's head. The next thing I know, I feel a warmth over the side of my body, and Jake's voice is close.
"You're okay, Evie. I'm here and you're safe. I'm going to move you up onto your bed so you can rest, okay?"
I nod slowly because, really, that's all I feel like I can do yet. And then, I feel Jake's hands slide under my body, and he cradles me close to his chest. He's warm, and I wish I could stay in his arms forever. He's like a heating pad, but even better, because I don't have to plug him into the wall. Jake lays me down gently on my bed and pulls my comforter up over me. I feel the weight of the bed shift,
and although my arms feel like they weigh 1,000,000 pounds, I reach out and find his hand. "Stay with me," I say quietly. I don't open my eyes because sleep is so alluring right now, but then I feel the bed sink beside me and Jake's glorious warmth engulf me. He smells like his cologne today. It's a clean, masculine fragrance that I hope never washes out of my linens. His big arm wraps around my torso and pulls me up close to him. I feel tiny and safe in his arms. He brushes a stray hair out of my face and tucks it behind my ear before I feel him place a soft kiss on my temple. I don't know how long he's been here. I don't know if he saw the seizure. But I do know that he's lying beside me right now and tenderly caring for me. He's not running for the hills. Chapter 27. Jake.
Evie is asleep in my arms, and I'm very aware of the feeling of never wanting to let her go. I got here on the tail end of her seizure, and in enough time to see her body jolting with movement. My heart broke for her. Charlie did his job perfectly, but now that it's over, I'm stepping in and holding her as close as she'll let me for as long as she'll let me. Yeah, I'm doing great with this whole taking it slow thing. Completely casual, no strings attached. Just call me Casual Friday, because I am so chill about our relationship it's ridiculous. In no way am I stroking her long blonde hair away from her face and contemplating proposing here and now. She smells so good, too. Her soft, feminine curves are curled up against me, and I can feel my heart splitting open. I have a feeling I'll be handing it to her on a silver platter before long. When she told me she was about to have a seizure, it was like the world stopped spinning, and all that mattered was getting to Evie as quick as possible. It's the same way I feel about Sam. Well, not the exact way. The same protectiveness, the same worry. But definitely not the same affection. I don't think I need to describe to you all the ways that it differs. Evie makes a little groaning sound in her sleep, and I wonder if she has a migraine. Sam always gets a migraine after her seizures. But I see a water bottle with fresh condensation dripping down the side and a bottle of headache medicine on the bedside table. I know from talking to Evie and learning about all the ways she trained Charlie to aid her that he was the one to fetch her those necessities. Has she taken the meds yet? I'll ask her when she's more coherent. Charlie hears the groan and comes to stand beside the bed on Evie's side. He rests his head on the mattress and slices those big brown eyes up at me. I'm pretty sure he's telling me, "You're in my spot." I get it. I'd be possessive too if I got to share Evie's bed on a daily basis. It's way too small, though. My feet are hanging off the bottom. She needs a king-sized bed like mine. Or maybe just mine. What if I just packed up all of her stuff and moved her into my house? Good morning, darling. Did you sleep well? Yeah, I changed my mind on the whole no serious relationship thing, and we're married now, and you have to live with me forever. As gently as possible, I shift Evie and myself over to the far side of the bed. She's totally out because she doesn't even stir the slightest bit. I give Charlie a nod, and he gets it right away. He jumps up on the bed and snuggles up under Evie's arm and stomach. Suddenly, we are a family, and I wish Sam was here too. What is that? Why am I feeling this way? I'm out of my mind scared that I'm about to get my heart crushed by this woman. I can't hide away forever, though, right? Sooner or later, I've got to give in and risk heartbreak. Evie feels worth that risk, and she hasn't given me a reason to not trust her so far.
I spend the next hour like this, watching Evie sleep. It's only slightly creepy of me. And trying to work through some of the insecurities that Natalie left me with. Evie may be stuffing herself inside Tinkerbell's house, but she's not fooling anyone, me especially. She's used to a different life, one of money and prospects and people who have a whole lot more to offer than me. Natalie left me because she wanted more. Evie's already had the kind of life that Natalie is chasing. She knows what she's missing out on, and although she says she doesn't want the kind of life that she grew up with, what's to say she won't want it back later on? Sam and I can't go through that again. I'm saved from my own thoughts when I feel my phone buzzing. I hurry and silence it before it disturbs Evie. She hasn't moved, though. Her soft pink lips are slightly parted, and her dark lashes are fanned against her cheeks. Her blonde waves cascade around her, and I'm feeling so in awe of her that I'm glad I have to get up and talk to my sister on the phone. As carefully as possible, I extract myself from Evie's bed and quietly slip out the front door. "Hey, June," I say, answering the phone. "How is she?" Sam was already with June while I was out at the office this afternoon. When Evie called saying she was about to have a seizure, I called June and told her I'd be later than I had originally planned because I needed to go be with Evie. "She's okay, resting now." "I'm glad you're there with her," says June, and her concern makes me smile. She likes Evie a lot. "Me too. And listen, what do you think about just letting Sam stay the night with you so I can stay here and take care of Evie tonight?" There is a long pause, and at first I think that maybe she disapproves. I should have known better, though, because I quickly realize that she's just taking a minute to stifle whatever celebration she's doing on the other end. "Eek! You love her! I knew it!" "Stop," I say, hoping to put an end to her pestering before she gets out of hand. "I just don't want to leave her like this." "Mm-hmm. Don't lie to me. You just want to be there when she's feeling better." She begins to sing, "Jake and Evie sitting in a—" Is this going to go on for much longer? Because I need to go back in and help Evie. She laughs. "Yeah, don't worry about Sam. I'll take good care of her." And do you know what? For the first time since Sam's diagnosis, I'm not worried. She's got Daisy now, and after today seeing Charlie tend to Evie so diligently, I have more faith in service dogs than ever. Daisy will keep Sam safe until I get to her if something happens. Later that night, I'm washing dishes in Evie's 6-inch wide sink when I hear her say, "You're still here?" I cut off the water and turn around to face her bed. She's sitting up and her hair is all draped across one shoulder. Her eyes are heavy and, honestly, she looks more beautiful than ever. I lean back against the sink and cross my arms with a smile. "Did you think I wouldn't be?" She looks down to pet Charlie and shrugs. "I didn't know." Something about those words tears me up. I uncross my arms and make my way back to Evie's bed. She watches me approach with shy eyes, and she pulls her covers up a little higher like she's naked under there, which she's not. She's still fully clothed in her yellow sundress just like I found her. But I realize as I get closer that she does feel naked. I've seen her seizure, and that's making her feel vulnerable. I climb onto the bed beside her, and it's hilarious how unsteady this little thing is. It sags heavily under my weight, and Evie notices with a grin. I lean my back against the headboard and pull her to my chest. "I'm not going anywhere," I say into her hair, and then I kiss her forehead.
We stay like that for a minute, and I can feel her quickened breathing against my chest. It makes me smile to know that I have the same effect on her that she has on me. "How are you feeling?" I ask. She tilts her chin up to me and wrinkles her nose. "I've been better." She then looks down to her hand resting on my chest, and she moves her index finger in a small circle. "I've also been worse." Oh, man. Can she feel my heart trying to pound out of my chest and leap into her hand? It's embarrassing. Her smile grows and her eyes peek back up at me, and yep, she can feel it, and it's going right to her pretty little head. She then lays her head right on my chest, where her ear is perfectly centered with my hammering heart. It's a pointed move, one where she's saying, "Yeah, I know how you feel about me, and I like it." We spend the entire rest of the day like this until I force myself to go pick us up some dinner. When her stomach settles and her migraine subsides a little, we eat on the couch and watch reruns of Friends with her legs draped over my lap and my arm around her shoulders. It feels so right, so natural. I don't think I've ever felt this content in my entire life. And I'll say one thing, it doesn't feel casual. I think what we've shared together today has probably tied us together more than anything physical would have. Although the night wasn't completely physical-less. We definitely spent an entire episode of Friends making out on her tiny couch. It was sweet and appropriate. At least, that's going to be my answer when June asks me about it later. And we both cut it off before anything more serious happened. The self-control between us is outrageous. I wouldn't be surprised if we got asked to be the newest spokespeople for an abstinence program. But unless they pay me $1 billion, there's no way I'm going to wear an "Abstinence is Cool" t-shirt. Sometime about midnight, Evie falls asleep on the couch beside me. I pick her up and carry her to bed and climb in behind her. Charlie is once again on one side of Evie, and I'm on the other. It's not the most comfortable thing to sleep in jeans and a shirt, and the bed is so small that my butt hangs off the edge. But honestly, I couldn't care less. Evie is here with me. I can smell the coconut scent lingering in her hair and hear her taking deep breaths as she sleeps. This feels right, and I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep convincing myself that we're just two casual friends dating. This feels a lot like falling in love. Chapter 28. Evie. I can't stop smiling, and Joe notices. "Is it my imagination, or are you glowing today?" "I'm afraid I'm going to be glowing red if you aren't more careful with that curling wand," I tell her, and try to inch myself away from the burning hot hair tool hovering beside my face. Jake went home this morning, but will be here soon to pick me up to go to my parents' house for dinner. I told Jo about the dinner, and she suggested she come over and help me get ready. But what I really think happened was she called me while I was still wrapped up in Jake's arms in my bed this morning. My phone was going to buzz off my bedside table if I didn't answer it, so I did. That was mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 was trying to whisper to Joanna so I didn't wake up the sleeping man beside me. But, you guessed it, he woke up and leaned toward my ear, aka closer to the phone, to huskily ask who I was talking to. Want to take a wild guess what Joanna did before peppering me with 101 questions? She squealed. Squealed like a little teeny bopper at a Justin Bieber concert.
He's there with you, isn't he? Oh, my heavens, he's in your bed. It's only 7 in the morning, so I know you aren't out of bed yet. Don't lie to me, Missy. She always calls me Missy when she thinks her age will suddenly work as a rank card, like she has the power to ground me or take away my phone. Oh, would you pipe down over there? I'll call you later, I said in a useless whisper because Jake was right there in my bed. You better, she sing-songed back to me before I abruptly ended the call, pleased to finally get to end a call before she had the chance. It was so strange waking up with Jake beside me. I thought I was waking up from the most wonderful dream where a strong, attractive man spent the entire day taking care of me and then snuggled me while we slept. And then, when I opened my eyes, I realized a tan, muscular forearm was draped over my shoulder, and I nearly screamed. I would say nothing happened, but that wouldn't be true. Oh, it would be true in the physical sense. We didn't do anything that Pastor Mike wouldn't have approved of. Well, I mean, a Southern Baptist mama might not have cared for the interlude during that one Friends rerun, but I'm getting away from myself. What I meant was, something happened in the form of my heart. When I woke up with Jake's arms around me and felt his breath tickling my neck, I realized I wanted to wake up like that every morning for the rest of my life. Now, don't get me wrong. I realize that we are still so new that it would be insane to say something like that out loud. Those are the kinds of thoughts that you are allowed to have, but must keep locked away in a secret compartment until somewhere around the 6-month relationship mark when you let them out in the form of a 3-word phrase. But I feel them, and I think Jake does too. He's just still too scared to admit it to himself. He and Sam have been through hell and back this past year, which is why I'm perfectly fine waiting on him to adjust to the idea of another serious relationship. If he wants to go on pretending that this is something casual, fine by me. But I know it's not, and I think that deep down, he does too. I don't know of a single man in the entire world that would drop everything, tend to an epileptic woman for a whole day, and spend the night with her without having sex, and still have casual feelings. Not even a best guy friend would do that. Well, he might share her bed if his best girlfriend's couch was as small as mine, but he wouldn't press soft kisses to her temple when she was sleeping. No, Jake is all romance, and it honestly takes my breath away. Suddenly, the curling wand appears an inch from my face again, jolting me back into reality. Tell me everything that happened. Wow. Joe has a real interrogation officer thing going on right now, and I'm a little terrified of her. Nothing, I say, craning my neck as far back as I can without falling off the stool. Joanna lifts a brow. You're not holding out on me, are you? I know he was in your bed this morning when I called, and no sense lying to me about it because I already smelled your pillow, and it smells like Old Spice. You smelled my pillow? If someone was just tuning in, they might think that Joanna was about to scold me for having a man spend the night. Ha! I wish. Come on, Evie. Didn't anyone ever teach you how to kiss and tell? I shake my head at her in mock reprimand. Someone needs to teach you some manners. She grins and picks up another section of my hair to wrap it around the iron. My hair is officially too long for me to curl myself, but I want it to be in pristine condition when I go to my parents' house later tonight. That way, Mama can't say anything about how I should really try putting an effort into my appearance before I go out. Fine. You don't have to go into detail, but just tell me this. Are you happy?" I meet my own eyes in the mirror and take a long look. And yep, right there, reflected in my green eyes, is a spark of happiness I haven't felt in a long time. I feel cherished by Jake, and I'm starting to trust that feeling. I am happy. I feel like things are finally starting to come together in my life. Plans for the fundraiser are lining up nicely, and I really feel hopeful that we're going to make enough to achieve our goal for the year. I'm seeing an amazing guy that truly understands me and my lifestyle, and I get to spend time with his adorable daughter who makes me feel whole. I meet Joe's eyes in the mirror and nod. Yeah. How do you know that? She smiles and then turns her attention back on my hair and gently wraps it around the iron. Because that's what happened to me 3 years ago when I met you. My heart swells, and all of a sudden, tears are pricking my eyes. I sit very, very still because I despise crying in front of people. Joanna unwraps a curl from the iron and sets it down, resting her hip against the counter and folding her arms in front of her. Did I ever tell you that Gary and I couldn't have children? My heart tears in half. No, you didn't. I don't like to dwell on it much. We found out back in the day before fertility treatments were as successful as they are now. The fact of the matter is, a family just wasn't in the cards for us. I always had this distinct feeling, though, that something or someone was missing in my life. She smiles softly. All the way up until I met you, darling. I feel like you're the daughter I couldn't have, and I probably don't say it enough, but I love you, Missy. I feel my smile stretch across my face and reach out to take her hand. You tell me every single day, Joe. Her eyes grow misty. It's not enough. Now my tears are falling too, and it's no use to stop them. I don't know where I would be without you, Joe. I love you too, and you've been a better mama to me than mine ever has been. So, thank you. You're welcome, honey. You know, I think the good Lord knew we'd need each other. I think you're right. We stare at each other for a minute, and then, as if we truly are mother and daughter, we both scrunch our noses at the same time and let go of each other's hand. Right. Well, no sense making your mascara run right before your evening at the palace. Wouldn't want to give the queen anything to remark on. I laugh and turn my eyes to the mirror to finish up my makeup. I'm pulling out all the stops tonight. Mascara, eyeliner, blush. It's all happening. Sephora will be so proud of me. Oh, I'm sure Her Highness will find something to her distaste. I wish you'd take me instead of Jake. I'd like to take that woman's hateful comments and shove them right up her snooty little— Yeah, I know where you'd put them. Joe gives me a mischievous grin and then leaves my bathroom. I'll get your dress. Where is it? On my bed, I call out to her, and then I hear her loud, overly dramatic gasp. Please tell me you're not going to wear this hideous thing. I knew she'd hate it. It's a conservative little number I plucked from the sale rack of Ann Taylor Loft. It's a plain navy pencil dress with a high neckline, and it hits me just below the knees. It looks like I should be walking into a courtroom with a briefcase at my side rather than a dinner party. But this looks nothing like you. Where's the color? Where are the flowers? She sticks her head back into the bathroom, holding up the offending dress. Oh, gosh, don't tell me you got matching pumps to go with it. They're by the door. Why are you doing this? I sigh and stand up, taking the dress from her and walking out to lay it back down on my bed. I know it's nothing like me, but I'm not trying to be me tonight. I'm just trying to get in, grab that check, and get out as fast as possible with as few mean comments stuck to my back as I can manage. It's probably a little wussy of me, but I don't care. I'm tired of fighting my mama at every turn. Might as well play the game and blend into their lifestyle until I can get back home and change into my sneakers and summer dress. I peel off my clothes and slip into the dress, having Jo zip up the back. I spin around and she gives me a begrudging smile. Well, at least it hugs your curves. Jake will like that. I laugh and shake my head at her. I swear, I will burn this dress as soon as I'm done with this dinner party. How about that? Okay, as long as you let Jake unzip it for you. She winks with a devilish smirk and I swat her arm. I swear she pulled a Freaky Friday with someone back in the day because there is no way this woman is actually in her 60s. And I'm also really jealous of her teal ribbon scrunchie wrapped around her top knot. I decide I'll steal it from her next time I'm at her house. A knock sounds at the door, and Joanna and I both look at each other. She wags her brows and bolts to the door, and instinctively, I know what that crazy woman is after. Joanna, don't you dare ask him if we had sex last night, I say way too loudly, just as she's flinging open the door. I guess my door is paper thin, because Jake smiles at Joanna and his dimples pop. Sadly, we did not, he says, and my stomach flips over. To say he looks amazing would be a gross understatement. He's wearing dark blue slacks that cling to his muscular thighs and a white button-down tucked in with a brown belt. A light gray suit jacket hugs his big shoulders, and his jaw is clean-shaven. I also think he must have called some kind of hair and makeup artist to come style his hair, because it's molded into a soft, tousled look that only a movie star should be able to achieve. My mouth is hanging open at the sight of him, which gives Joanna immense pleasure. She chuckles and grabs her purse. I think I'll just be on my way then. Have fun tonight, darling. She squeezes Jake's arm on her way out and then flashes a wide-eyed look back at me after she realizes he's all muscle. Jake steps inside with a chuckle and shuts the door behind him. His eyes take me in and they hitch on the curves of my waist before he shakes his head with a smile. He walks up to me and lightly sets his hands on those curves to tug me closer. I think we might have to have a talk later about the whole casual thing we discussed. Oh, yeah? I ask with a smile and a lifted brow, looking as cool as a cucumber and not at all like my stomach is exploding with butterflies. Yeah. He bends down and kisses me. And yep, I'm going to have to reapply my lipstick before we leave, just like he promised. It's a good start to the evening, and I think dinner is going to be more bearable with Jake at my side. But really, I can't wait until it's all over and I get to have that conversation with him. I can feel everything falling into place, and it feels good. Chapter 29. Jake. So, this is where you grew up? I ask, staring up at the white 3-story Charleston mansion that has a wraparound porch on every level. The house is obscenely big for this part of town. I now know it's possible for a home to look smug. It's tucked off the main road,
and we had to punch in a number for the large iron gates to give us access to the driveway. I can see a well-manicured tea garden off the right side of the home, and the landscaping is so well-manicured I wouldn't be surprised to see a staff of 20 on their hands and knees, cutting each blade of grass with golden shears. I design homes for a living, some a lot like this one, but for some reason, knowing that this house is a part of Evie's history is leaving me a little dumbfounded. It's what this house represents: wealth, status, power. Truth is, I'm feeling a little insecure right now. It's dumb, but I really thought she was impressed with me and my life. Now I know that she was just humoring me. She grabs my arm and tugs me out of my trance. "Don't look it in the eyes. That's how it traps you." Evie lifts up on her tiptoes and kisses my cheek and then drags me and Charlie up to the front door. I think he wants to be here just about as much as I do. "There are 2 rules tonight. Stay close and keep that pretty mouth of yours shut," she says, while nervously running her hands over her dress that shows off all of her gorgeous curves. I think she was trying to go for a modest look, but really, she just looks like a hot businesswoman. I'm not going to let myself get distracted, though, because I'm pretty sure I should be offended right about now. "Did you say, keep my mouth shut?" Surely I didn't hear that right. "Yep, seal it up." Huh. Well, yeah. Now I'm a little annoyed. Does she not think I'm good enough for her family? She's still fidgeting with her clothes and fluffing her long blonde waves. Gosh, it's hard to focus when she's doing all that. And I've never seen her look so insecure before. She finally looks up at me, and her furrowed brows soften. "What's wrong?" she asks. "You just told me not to speak during this dinner." "Oh." She steps closer. I want to be annoyed, but her nearness does strange things to me. I can see 2 future paths forming in my mind. 1, we go inside and have a tense dinner with her parents. 2, I toss her over my shoulder, haul her off to my truck, and we peel out of here before anyone knows we were ever on the premises. And then we spend the whole night together. She makes me feel greedy. I want Evie all to myself. "Jake, I'm telling you not to talk for your own good. It doesn't matter how wonderful you are or how successful you are. If your last name is not Murray, they will eat you alive. They want me to marry Tyler, and so trust me, anything you say tonight will be twisted around in some way to bite you in the butt." They are really that serious about this Tyler guy? She nods, looking remorseful, like it's her fault somehow. "We are only here to get that check and run. The less we both say, the better. Are you ready?" I feel like we are about to step into battle. Suddenly, I feel naked. Where's my sword? Where's my armor? All I've got is this stupid button-down shirt and slacks. I nod. "I'll cover you, and if you get in over your head, squeeze my hand 3 times, and I'll execute an extraction." Her green eyes glow bright. "What if we get separated?" I step a little closer and put my hands on her hips. "Don't worry. I won't let you out of my sight." Evie's eyes darken and they fall to my mouth. I'm bending down to kiss her when the front door suddenly flies open. Evie jumps and I let go of her. We both look to the woman watching us with, somehow, both a bored and angry expression. It's hard to explain, but you'd know it if you saw it. Kind of like she hates you,
but also knows she can crush you at any moment. Wonderful, Melanie says with mock enthusiasm. You brought your friend. It's in this moment that I wish Evie and I had already had the talk that's been rolling around in my mind all day. Because, yeah, that's all I am to her, technically. A freaking friend. Not for long, Melanie. Hi, Mama. You look nice, says Evie, being really generous to her mom. Melanie's hawk eyes scan down Evie and she sighs. At least you're wearing something on your bottom half tonight. You have got to be kidding. Evie looks perfect. I can see her shoulders slumping with dejection, and all I want to do is sit Melanie down and force her to order a spring wardrobe from a Walmart catalog until she apologizes. Evie flashes a tense smile up at me and wraps her arm around mine. Alrighty then, let's get this party started. Evie. I hate being in this house. It's wrapped in memories that I despise. Do you feel that? I whisper to Jake as we follow Mama from the foyer into the parlor where, supposedly, the rest of the guests have been waiting on us for the past 15 minutes. I call bull. We were right on time. If they were waiting, it's because those snooty booties got here early. Feel what? That plunge in temperature. My Mama's heart is so cold it keeps the house at a chillin' 63 degrees. Jake laughs, which draws Mama's attention. She looks over the shoulder of her powder-pink linen dress and scowls. I know you've been out of society for a while now, but do try to remember your manners, Evelyn Grace. None of your jokes at the dinner table if you want to leave here with a check in your pocket. No, all you said was that I had to attend tonight to get the check. You can't change the rules now, Mama. As long as I'm holding the pen, I can change the rules whenever I like, Mama says, with a lazy smirk as she pauses outside of the parlor threshold. Everything looks exactly as it did the day I left home. Dark chestnut hardwoods, cream walls, and the same color wood as the floor lines the molding of the windows and doors. Plush rugs with various shades of slate blue, cream, and burgundy dot the floors, and in the center of the foyer there is the same round antique table that would make Joanna Gaines salivate. Mama's house has been featured in Southern Living as one of the most beautifully designed houses in Charleston, but it's not my style. Everything feels overdone, over-decorated. It's not warm and inviting like Jake's house, and instead of smelling of vanilla and teak wood, I think the candles they burn here have wicks made from $100 bills, giving it the overall aroma of wealth. Mama gestures with her hand for us to enter before her. She casts a disgusted look at Charlie, and I know she's annoyed that I brought him. I feel a familiar prickle of dread roll over me, and just as I'm considering kicking off my heels and running for the door, I feel Jake's hand land on my lower back. I glance up at him, and he winks at me with a smile that makes my heart grow. That's when I realize this night isn't going to be anything like all the rest. Jake is by my side. I have a sidekick, someone to shoulder some of the weight and help me deflect the fiery scowls my mama will throw at me. I'm feeling lighter and hopeful as we step into the room together. And then, as plain as day, I can spot the trap, and I want to turn around and bolt again. In fact, I do. I spin out of Jake's hand and make a beeline for the door, but Mama catches my arm before I can escape, and I realize it's too late. We're toast. Done for. All good feelings are gone. Mr. and Mrs. Murray are seated on a love seat, and Tyler is standing by the beverage cart with something amber-colored already floating in the glass in his hand. I hate when he drinks. It makes him cockier and handsier. I'm now realizing that this is what my parents were hoping would be a family dinner, because that's what they want all of us to be. One weird, competitively dysfunctional family. I wouldn't be surprised if I looked in the corner and found a preacher gagged and tied until they were ready to force him into officiating a ceremony. I thought you said we would be having a dinner party with important guests. I hiss at my mother. She's no longer Mama to me. It's Mother from here on out. I knew she was underhanded, but this feels like too much, forcing me to eat and be merry with people whom I have clearly been avoiding. She's got her fake pageant smile on and that disgustingly sweet voice that gives me PTSD. Of course I did, because these are the most important guests, dear. It's been much too long since you've seen Tom and Amy. She's spinning me around, and old habits really must die hard because I'm pasting my fake smile on too, even though I really want to stomp on my mother's foot and yell, "Never!" before running out of the room. I just keep reminding myself, though, to not rock the boat tonight. Get in, grab the check, get out. "Evie, how nice to see you again," says Amy Murray. She's as feline as I've ever seen, the only woman who could ever give my mama a run for her money. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? Mama and Amy act like friends. They keep everything Southern sweet. But there is the unspoken code between them that says, if you double-cross me, I will destroy you. Tyler, dear, come see Evie. How long has it been since you two have seen each other? My eyes meet Tyler's, and he's smirking like the devil as he looks between me and Jake. I feel a chill settle over me, and I'm worried that Tyler is in on this trap. I fall in line beside Jake, and suddenly I feel his hand wrapping around my shoulder. "Mine," says his arm, and I like it. Maybe if I Sharpie his name across my forehead for the rest of the night, everyone would get the picture that I'm never going to be Tyler's, and whatever they're planning won't work. Actually, Tyler and I already ran into each other a few days ago. By the way, how's that rash treating you these days, Tyler? I hope it's all cleared up. "Evie Grace, always such a jokester," says Tyler, rounding the love seat to come stand in front of Jake and me. He's wearing a suit that I'm sure costs upwards of $5,000 and sticks his hand out toward Jake, giving him his most winning, vicious courtroom smile. "I don't think we've met. I'm Tyler Murray, long-time friend of Evie." Looking on, you might think this is polite. No way. This is a strategic power move, because now Jake is forced to let go of me to shake Tyler's hand. "Jacob Brodden, guy who's lucky enough to be dating Evie," says Jake, and I cringe, because he's broken my second rule. Keep your mouth shut. Everyone in the room chuckles, like they've already somehow rehearsed this little skit before we arrived and know their cues. Daddy swoops in out of nowhere. "You'll have to be more specific than that, Jake. Any number of men could boast that same title." That is so not true. Not even a little. Well, actually, it's just a tiny bit true, but it's not my fault that guys don't want anything serious with me. If they take me out, it's only for one night, and when I don't sleep with them at the end of it, they don't call again. My smile tightens, and I look at Jake, afraid that he's going to be mad by what he's heard, given his past relationship with his wife. I know he's skittish, but when I look up, he gives me a reassuring smile and puts his hand on my lower back again. I'm just grateful to have made the cut then. We all continue on with small talk for a few minutes about the law firm and how much Tom misses being in the thick of the action. After that, they spend a solid 10 minutes gloating over Tyler and all of his achievements and cases he's won since taking over at the firm. I want to gag. Tom and Daddy then volley back and forth about whose golf swing is better between the two of them, while my mother and Amy gossip about Kathy's new nose. All in all, everything is mind-numbingly boring. Just the way I like it. No boat rocking tonight, and Jake and I get to sit quietly and observe. It's when we sit down to dinner that I realize we have exactly enough place settings for everyone. That's odd. I never told Mama that Jake was coming with me. I look up and notice that Tyler is staring at me from across the table, staring like a serial killer finalizing his plans. He raises his glass to his mouth, smirking at me and never breaking eye contact. My heart rate picks up speed, and I can feel that he has something up his sleeve. Something that I'm not prepared for, but he is. Something that everyone at this table is prepared for, because there is an extra place setting here. Oh, crap. This is the trap. They knew I'd bring Jake, planned on it. Suddenly, Tyler's gaze cuts to Jake, and he sets down his glass. You own your own architectural firm, do you not? Now, how did he know that? I know that I didn't tell anyone in my family, so how in the world would Tyler know that? Shoot, my parents must have had Jake investigated. I look around the table and notice how it looks like everyone is running their lines in their head, waiting for their cues again. I do, yes, Jake says with a kind smile, completely oblivious to the knife they are about to launch at his chest. Ah, yes, my daddy says from the far end of the table. Evelyn told us all about it. She went on and on about how proud she is of you for owning such a successful company. I did not. I look at Jake and hope he will feel my thoughts meld with his. This is a trap. Something is afoot. I've got to say, I'm impressed by you, Jake. To own Goddard Smith is something to be proud of. What? Jake's brows twitch together, and his smile dims. Oh, I don't own Goddard Smith, sir. My company is Broaden Homes. My father looks at me with a put-on frown that could win him an Oscar. Why did you tell me he owned Goddard Smith then? Oh, he's good. They're all good. Sitting here, acting like this wasn't a battle strategy to put a wedge between Jake and me while also making him feel belittled. My eyes widen. I didn't. I flash my eyes to Jake next. I really didn't. I never told him you own that company. In fact, I haven't told them about you at all. Oh, but that just made things worse, didn't it? Jake's smile is, oh, so tight now, and I can see that he's trying his best not to let this situation eat at him. I touch his arm, and he whispers, It's fine. It's not fine. I can feel that it's not. Evelyn Grace, tell Amy all about your wonderful little service dog company. Now, it's a wonderful company, is it? Oh, yes, says Amy. eyes twinkling in rehearsed anticipation. You know, a few girls from the club and I were just saying that we needed a new little project to keep us busy. And from what your mama says, it sounds like your company could use a few patrons. She pauses. Or, blink, 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 she turns her doe eyes to Tyler. Actually, Tyler might be just the person for the job. Tyler? I ask, not bothering to keep the disgust from my voice. Well, yes. Who better than him? I'm sure that he could drum up all kinds of high-profile sponsors for you with all of his connections from New York. You two could get together and brainstorm through a game plan. You would be happy to work with Evie to further her company, wouldn't you, son? Gag me. Do they really think I don't see through this charade? I'd love to help you with your company, Evie, he says in a way that sounds like he's undressing me with his words. I give him a tight-lipped smile. Thanks, but I've got it all handled. Our benefit is tomorrow night, and I already have lots of big companies signed up to donate services and items for everyone to bid on. So, yep, don't need your help. A benefit, says Tom, stepping into his part now. We didn't hear anything about a benefit. Is it open to the general public? Oh, shoot. Well, no. It's by invitation only. Surely, we're invited, though, and our invitation just got lost in the mail. That's exactly what happened, isn't it, Evelyn? Says my mother. Because you specifically called me and asked for the address a few weeks ago. And are you and Tyler still going together like you two talked about? Okay, so first, Mama is manipulating me into inviting Tom and Amy to the benefit, and now she is flat out lying about me and Tyler. Where to start? One quick look at Jake, though, answers that question for me. No. I'm going to the fundraiser with Jake. He's my date. He and I are going together. How many more ways can I say this? Jake es mi cita. Jake plus Evie equals together. My mother pouts and turns a broken-hearted smile to Tyler. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Tyler. I hope you'll be able to find a date on such short notice. Unbelievable. I'm sure he'll be just fine calling one of the many girls from his little black book and asking them to leave their Barbie dream houses for the night. Wait, what? He isn't even invited to the fundraiser. Did I just get tricked into inviting him too? Don't be jealous, Evie. You know you're my number one choice. Just say the word and I'll go with you. My mouth falls open, and I look at Jake. He's looking at me, and his expression is so hard to read it could be an instruction manual from IKEA. Like I said, I don't need you to go with me, Tyler, because I'm going with Jake, the man sitting right here beside me. Right. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to make you feel weird. You didn't, Jake says, but his voice is so hard that it's clear he's annoyed. Oh, Jacob, you'll have to excuse all of us, says Mama. We tend to go on and on about Tyler and Evie because, well, there's no other way to say it, but we've all been waiting for the day they finally get back together and tie the knot. Honestly, I'm shocked. I shouldn't be, but I am. I knew my family was capable of some manipulative stuff, but this is so out of bounds. Mother I say, using that title as a warning. I'm about to lay into her at this table in front of everyone, when my daddy pipes up, blotting his mouth and setting his napkin down. "Come on, Evelyn. Enough's enough. It's time you stop this hippie lifestyle of yours and get back to real life. Tyler is your future. No offense to Jacob, because I'm sure he's working very hard in his business, but he can't give you the life you're accustomed to by owning a small-scale residential architectural firm. But Tyler can give you the life you deserve right now, and he's willing to do it. I'm sure he would even bankroll your little dog business, too, if it means that much to you." "Don't you remember how good together you two were in high school?" asks Amy, jumping in with a smile that I want to smack off of her plastic face. "It's true, Eves. We were great together, and I'd like for us to be a we again. What do you say?" Is this really happening? Please tell me this is just a nightmare, and any minute now I'm going to look down and realize that I'm not wearing pants. I'll wake up in a cold sweat and then immediately call Jake, and he will make me feel better by laughing and saying it was just a dream, because in real life, we would never be so stupid as to set foot willingly into my parents' house. I feel so stupid for believing her that this was ever about her giving me a check for the company. I don't want to look at Jake. I'm so humiliated by the way my parents are treating him, especially when his parents were so kind and welcoming to me. But I do, and the look on his face breaks my heart further. His brows are pulled tightly together, and he looks deep in thought. I can feel him slipping from me. I want to cry right here at the table. This night had started out so well for us, promised so many things for us, and now, here we are, sitting at this table, and a wall is physically being constructed between us for all to witness, just like they planned. And now, I'm pissed. I shoot up out of my seat and make the legs scrape painfully loud against the floor. Good. I hope they leave a big old scratch. "That's it. We're leaving. Come on, Jake." He stands up beside me, but his movements aren't as full of fire as mine are. I grab his hand and Charlie's leash and we start walking from the room, hearing everyone's protests behind us. I then whirl around and level each of them with a searing glare. For the last time, I'm not going to marry Tyler, and all of you should be ashamed of yourselves the way you treated me and Jake tonight. Consider yourselves uninvited to the benefit. Evelyn Grace, my mother says, fire blazing in her eyes. Are you forgetting about something? She's referring to the check she's trying to dangle in front of my face. Keep it. I don't want your manipulative blood money supporting my company anyway. I grip Jake's hand tighter and race us through the house and out the front door like we just robbed a bank. The second we have put enough feet between us and the enemy, I drop Jake's hand and turn around to face him. Jake, I am so sorry. I had no idea they were going to gang up on us like that. It was a trap, and I should have seen it coming. He's not meeting my eye. He's looking over my head into the distance, and I can feel that wall between us grow taller. Jake, look at me. He does, but the look in his eyes says things have changed. My heart squeezes painfully. I feel desperate to get him to understand that I do not share my family's opinions, so I put both of my hands on his face to hold his attention on me. Everything they said was a lie. They are master manipulators, and you can't trust anything they say. Please believe me, and I swear I didn't tell them you own Goddard Smith, because I don't even care what company you own. I just want you. Jake doesn't say he wants me to. He doesn't say everything is okay and that he trusts me. His eyes are meeting mine, but I don't think he's really even seeing me anymore. I don't know, is what he says before pulling away and walking toward the truck. My arms fall back to my sides. Where are you going?
To get in the truck and take you home.
So that's it then? We're just done talking because you decide we are? He pauses and turns to look at me, but he looks so hollow I want to cry.
Believe me, Evie, you don't want me to keep talking right now, because I will say lots of things that I'll regret. I just endured an hour of belittling that has my blood boiling, and I have a lot to think about.
Jake, I say, taking a desperate step toward him. None of what they said was true. Are you worried because of Tyler? He grimaces at the sound of Tyler's name and shakes his head.
No, that guy's a tool, and I know you'd never go for him.
Well, then what is it? And why are you looking at me like that?
Like what, Evie?
Like you've already said goodbye to me. Jake holds my gaze for a minute, and every breath I take sounds excruciatingly loud in my ears. His jaw flexes, and he breaks eye contact to look down.
Maybe I have. I heard them in there. They don't think I'm good enough for you, and I'm not entirely sure that I don't agree with them.
No, I say as an expelled breath. That's not true. You're so much better than those people, and I don't want the life they have.
Maybe not now,
he says, raising his eyes to meet mine with a new look of fire and determination.
But what about in 2 years? What about when you start missing your old life? When I don't make as much money as you need, or have the connections you need? What then, Evie?
I hate the way Jake just said my name. It was like a jab to my stomach.
This is the opposite of what I need right now. Sam and I need support and stability. We need someone we can trust, and
I shut my eyes. Don't say it. He holds my gaze for the span of 3 breaths and then quietly says,
and I don't know that that person is you.
He turns around and gets in his truck and starts it. I stand there motionless, feeling like I've just been hit with a stun gun. I feel angry and hurt and betrayed, but it's odd because I know that's exactly how Jake feels too. The selfish people in that house accomplished exactly what they set out to do, and now my heart feels shattered. I look back up at my parents' house and spot Tyler watching us from the window. He sees me looking at him and raises his glass in a mock toast. I wish I had a brick I could throw through that window. I'm not quite sure that I'm welcome in Jake's truck right now, but I also know that there's no way in Hades I'm going back in my parents' house and asking for a ride. I look down at Charlie, and his big chocolate eyes promise me that I get to order in a dozen cookies and eat them all when I get home. At least Charlie is always there for me. Chapter 30. Jake.
I dropped Evie off at her apartment after a completely silent drive home where I played the part of the brooding jerk perfectly. It wasn't a part I wanted to play, but I felt like I wasn't in control of myself anymore. This night couldn't have gone any worse, and as I'm driving home in the dark, I still can't quite pinpoint the moment it all went south. One minute, Evie and I were united, and I was happy to be her shoulder to lean on during a difficult night. And the next thing I knew, I needed a crutch of my own to lean on as I dragged myself off the battlefield of the war I just lost. I pull up out front of my house and cut the engine, but don't get out of the truck. I need a minute to myself to think over everything that just happened. I run my hands over my face and hair, and then groan as a sinking feeling fills my stomach. Evie and I both just got played, me more than anyone. Now, away from the haughty smirk of Tyler, I can see it all clearly. They said exactly what they needed to push my buttons and hit me in all my sore spots. How they knew what my sore spots are is a little frightening. But I guess that people with as much money as them can accomplish just about anything they want to. Tonight being evidence of that. Why did I listen to them? Deep down, I know that Evie doesn't want their life. She doesn't fit in that manipulative, social, elitist world any more than I would fit into one of Sam's training bras. And yet, I let them get into my head. I'm still raw from Natalie. I'm still scared, and hearing them confirm my biggest fears that I'm not good enough for Evie, and she'll leave me and Sam just like Natalie did, well, it undid me. I wanted to run away with my heart clutched in my hand to keep it safe. But I was wrong. I overreacted. My only hope now is that Evie will forgive me and forget all the accusations I tossed at her. I let out another groan because the more I think about it, the worse I feel. I remember the hurt I saw filling her eyes, the betrayal she felt. I sided with those people over her, and now I'm fearful she won't forgive me. I wouldn't blame her either. I pull out my phone, ready to call her and grovel at her feet for forgiveness, when movement on my porch catches my eye. I forgot to turn on the porch lights before I left the house, so I can't see who it is. For a split second, hope soars in my chest, and I think that it's Evie. But then I realize she can't drive, and there is no way she could have called an Uber and beat me here. Maybe I should be worried that it's a robber, but I haven't heard of many criminals who like to leisurely swing on porches before breaking and entering, so I think I'm safe in that regard. Curiosity has me slipping my phone back into my pocket, and I get out of the truck. It's when I approach the porch that I remember the old saying, "Curiosity killed the cat." "What are you doing here?" "Not exactly the welcome home I was hoping for, but hello to you too." Natalie, my ex-wife, is smiling and swinging on my porch like she never left me a year ago. Like she has spent every day of the past year caring for our daughter as she should have been, like she belongs here. She doesn't. "You want me to throw you a party?" "Sorry, not going to happen." "Too bad. I love parties." "Cut the cuteness, Natalie. We're not friends, and we're not going to banter tonight. Now tell me what you're doing here." Her smile fades, and she stands up to walk closer to me. I take a step back for 2 reasons. Number 1, she's not my wife anymore, and it's not appropriate for her and I to be in close proximity when I'm seeing someone else. And I am seeing someone else, because I fully intend to make amends with Evie as soon as I get rid of Natalie. Number 2, I just had a really crappy night, and my anger is at a boiling point, making every cell in my body completely aware of how much this woman has wronged me and my daughter. In short, I don't want her anywhere near me. "I thought it was obvious. I'm here to see you and Sam." She looks over my shoulder like maybe I carry Sam in a backpack or something. "Where is she, by the way?" I so badly want to say something snarky like, maybe you'd know if you had cared enough to stick around and be a part of our life. But I don't, because I've already been a jerk once tonight, and I don't feel like being one again. She's spending the weekend with June. Natalie makes a disgusted face. With June? I hope you're not letting your sister rub off on Sam. I bite the side of my cheek so hard that I taste blood. In an attempt to not lose my cool with Natalie, I turn around and start unlocking my front door. You lost the right to make parenting decisions when you left last year, and if you have any hope of talking to me about whatever it is you're doing here, you'll want to talk nicer about my sister, who has sacrificed an enormous amount of her life to help me raise my daughter. I go in the house and think it would feel really good to slam the door in Natalie's face. But she's following me too closely. I'd end up slamming the door onto her face, and Natalie having a good reason to fight for custody of Sam is the last thing I need right now. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Natalie comes in the house and looks around, wide-eyed as I turn on the lights. Oh, right. This is the first time she's been in here. I was in the process of building this house when she left, so she never got a chance to enjoy it. It's a good thing, too. It gave me and Sam a clean start, a place where we could move on and not have to be plagued with memories of what our life was like before, in that old house. The one that was much smaller and older, and probably part of the reason Natalie left me. She always had an eye for new and shiny things, and when I don't care to remember his name, offered her a new life, she took it. Wow, Jake, this house is gorgeous. She smiles at me, and I try to squint to see the woman I used to love. But nope, she's not there anymore. This raven-haired woman with overly full lips and a whole new bra size is not the woman I loved. She looks plastic now. Even her smile looks too tight to be real. So, I'm guessing you're here to see Sam? She frowns and lets her two skinny shoulders slump. You don't have to be so gruff with me. I know I messed up, okay? I cross my arms, not giving in to her wounded bird act. Natalie, are you trying to tell me that you're ready to be a part of Sam's life again? She tips a shoulder and gives a light grin that I realize is supposed to be flirtatious. She starts advancing toward me. And yours? Ha! When hell freezes over, maybe. I shake my head and give Natalie a look that conveys my dislike of her nearness. First of all, you can't just do this, Natalie. You can't leave us with barely any contact for a whole year, then surprise me on my front porch late at night hoping to play house whenever you want to. You needed to call, give us some notice, and I would have arranged a time for you and Sam to spend together. I've never kept you from her. You're the one who abandoned her, and honestly, I don't know if she will even want to see you. Second, you and I are done for good, so let's just get that out of the way now. Arrange a time for me and my daughter to spend together? You've got to be kidding me, Jake. Sam is just as much my daughter as she is yours, and I have a right to come and see her whenever I want to. Really, because it seems to me that if she was just as much your daughter as she is mine, you would have been here when she had the flu, or when she won first place in her school talent show, or when she was diagnosed with epilepsy. I don't remember seeing you sleeping beside me on the floor in her room every night for the past 6 months. I'm fighting hard to keep my voice from raising, but I don't know how much longer I can stand in front of Natalie and keep it even.
Natalie doesn't seem to sense that every muscle in my body is flexed with anger, because she steps closer and tries to press herself up against me. I keep perfectly still, because I'm afraid that any movement I make will end up being rough and hurting her. Jake, I know I haven't been the mom that I should be for Sam. I am so sorry. I'm sorry I left you to deal with this all alone. But I'm here now, and I've changed. I'm ready to be a family again. I laugh, but it doesn't sound cheery. Just when did this change take place? On your flight back from Hawaii? And what did your latest boyfriend have to say about you wanting to become a family woman again? She casts her long, fake eyelashes down to my chest. He and I broke up. Mm-hmm. I see. So, are you out of money now? Her eyes shoot back up to me. Jake, what a mean thing to say. I am not here for your money. Yes, she is. I want to be with our daughter again. With you again. Maybe for a minute she does, but it won't last. I can't trust her, and I know it. I take a deep breath and force my muscles to relax before I slowly extract myself from her grasp and the new fake boobs that she's trying to press on me. Tell you what, Natalie. You rent a hotel and stick around here for 1 whole week, and I want you to call and talk to Sam every single one of those days. If you can do that, I'll think about letting you spend more time with Sam. But what I won't do is let you jump in and out of her life whenever you want and crush her little heart more than you already have. But Jake, it's late. You really want me to go get a hotel right now? She's pressing up against me again. Surely I can stay here with you. I mean, we were married, for goodness sake. Yeah, I know what she's implying. And guess what? Not gonna happen. I abruptly step away from Natalie and head toward my room to pack a bag. You can stay here tonight since Sam is with June. I yell while quickly tossing a few pieces of clothing in a duffel bag. When I reemerge in the living room, I see that Natalie is already lounging on my couch with a glass of my wine in her hand, and she's already changed into a tiny tank top that flaunts her newest accessories. She sees my bag and frowns. Wait, you're leaving? I nod and start heading toward the door because I'm not falling for any more traps tonight. Yep. Surely you didn't think I was going to stay here with you. I told you, Natalie. We're over. She shoots up to her feet looking angry and crosses her arms. Who is she? I sigh and pause only long enough to turn the thermostat down to 55. If she's going to be here, I want her to be so cold she has to wear a parka. She is none of your business. So, there is someone? Sure is. I'm not about to tell Natalie that I'm really going to my parents' house to sleep tonight. Oh, and Natalie, checkout time is at 10 a.m. If you're not out by then, I'll send June over. You're going to sick your sister on me? I smile. Definitely. Maybe I'm being a little bit petty now, but I'm so over this day that I don't even care anymore. I'll deal with Natalie more like an adult tomorrow when the sun is up and she's wearing real clothes. Or maybe even just over the phone. Yes, I decide the phone is a better choice because I feel physically sick having to look at this woman who I don't even recognize anymore. She shakes her head and starts to spit an ugly comment at me, but I don't even hear it because I shut the door and walk toward my truck. Once I'm down the road a little way, I let out a full breath. I feel like I just dodged a semi that had every intention of running me over. Not today. Not tomorrow. If anything,
This little encounter with Natalie has only solidified the conclusion I came to on my way home from dropping Evie off earlier. Evie Jones is a woman who can be trusted, a woman whose word is as solid as gold and whose heart is as soft and warm as her skin. She's nothing like my ex-wife, and I'm ready to stop letting my hurt get in the way of what I know will be a very good thing between us. Suddenly, her face flashes in my mind, and I remember how badly I left things with her. When I pulled up out front of her house and put the truck in park, I couldn't even bring myself to meet her eye. I kept my hurt little ego perched on my sleeve and my eyes cast forward on the road. I could see from the corner of my eye that Evie had opened her mouth to say something before deciding against it and going into her apartment. I wished so badly I knew what she was going to say. I hope it's not too late. I want to call her, but I feel like this apology is something that needs to happen face to face. But not tonight, because this day has taken too much out of me. I'll go to her place tomorrow. I'll bring all of the muffins that the bakery has to offer. I'll tell her how sorry I am, how wrong I was. It will all be okay tomorrow. Chapter 31, Evie. I didn't sleep a wink last night, not one teeny tiny microscopic minute. I went back and forth between wishing Jake would call me and trying to print out a picture of his face so I could draw devil horns and a mustache on it. Actually, yeah, I would have done that, but I remembered that I don't own a printer. I probably made 200 laps around my apartment, cleaned out all 3 of my cupboards, vacuumed under the cushions of my couch, and folded all my panties into neat little triangles and matched my socks. Finally, the sun came up, and I decided I was tired of waiting around for Jake to come apologize to me. And he does owe me an apology. If he thinks that I'm just going to let him get away with mistreating me and ending our relationship, he's got another thing coming. I'm fighting for you, Jake, because I freaking love you. Yeah, you heard me right. I love that big jerk, because normally he's not a big jerk. I'm giving him a little slack because I know firsthand what it's like to be on the other end of a Harold and Melanie Jones special. They whisper words in your ear that sound so true and real. And poor Jake got hit where he's most hurt, in the I'm not good enough pants. Well, guess what, buddy? You're good enough for me. I know. I need to simmer down. I'm fired up because I drank a whole pot of coffee between the hours of 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. So now I'm on a caffeine high and also deliriously tired. Not a great combo. Or perhaps the best combo. I laugh maniacally to myself, and Charlie shoots me a look that says he's going to tie me to my bed and force me to sleep if I don't chill the freak out. So I do. I take a shower. I blow-dry my hair. I put on my favorite sundress that shows off too much of my legs because, why, yes, I do plan on pulling out all the stops to get Jake to listen to me. And then I call an Uber, and Charlie and I climb into the back seat and set out for Jake's house. My knee bounces the whole way, and I know that my Uber driver notices because she keeps giving me looks that say she's afraid I'm going to pee in her back seat. Honestly, I'm so nervous and caffeinated that I just might. It's when we are pulling up out in front of his house that I start to wonder if this was a bad idea. What if he turns me down? What if he's still angry? What if he's still asleep and I wake him up, making him even angrier? I give myself a mental slap and get out of the car. I have a man to get back.
Charlie and I walk with determined strides all the way up to Jake's door. I ring it, and as I wait for him to answer, I have déjà vu of the first time I rang this doorbell. Not unlike that day, I kinda wanna throw up in the bushes. I have my speech all rehearsed. Jake, hear me out. I know that you think I will miss my old life, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I hate everything about my parents' society, and I left it for a reason. I want you, all of you. I don't want to share you with anyone else or pretend that we don't have strong feelings for each other. Because honestly, Jake, I love... The door opens, and a woman stands on the other side. A woman with shiny, dark hair, swollen lips, a tight, pretty much see-through, tank top painted over her very large and obscenely perky breasts. She's not wearing a bra, and she's not wearing pants. She looks as if I just woke her up, and that's because I did. No, no, no. Now, I really think I'm going to be sick in the bushes. Can I help you? She asks, looking mildly annoyed. She's annoyed? I'm annoyed. Who is this woman? Did Jake seriously call a random girl to come hook up with him last night because he was so angry with me? The thought sours in my mouth. He did. That's exactly what he did. I have no idea what to say to this woman. I'm so hurt. I'm afraid I'm going to melt right here on his porch, and then that will be the end of me, and someone is going to have to come mop me up. I was just... Looking for Jake? She asks with a taunting smirk. He's not awake yet. Of course he's not. Clearly he had a late night. Okay. I wish I had something better to say or do than just stand here like an idiot, but I'm shocked. I never thought Jake would be that kind of guy. I thought he loved me too. Do you want me to go wake him up for you? No. I'm backing away from the door now, fisting Charlie's leash and wishing it was transmitting superpowers into my palm that would help me blast this skank out of Jake's house. I mean, don't worry about it. I don't finish my sentence. Instead, I sprint back to the Uber, and luckily, I'm able to catch the girl before she drives off. I practically dive into the seat and then yell, "Drive!" like I'm in the movie Baby Driver. I expect her to squeal the tires as she puts the pedal to the metal, but of course she doesn't. Because nothing in my life is going my way anymore. Are you okay, lady? No, I'm not. Please, just drive. Where to? Anywhere. Tears are now running down my cheeks. Mexico. Let's go to Mexico. I can't drive you to Mexico. Seriously? Where is this girl's sense of sisterhood, girl power? I would even just settle for a smidge of empathy. I let out a big puff of air and then just tell her the address of Joanna's house. Because right now, I need a mama. Jake. I went by Evie's apartment, but either she wasn't home or she just didn't want to talk to me, because my knock went unanswered. So did my phone call, and all 15 of my texts. I even tried to bribe her out of hiding by texting her a picture of the muffins I brought sitting outside her door. That didn't work either. Clearly, I'm in deeper with her than I thought. I'm not giving up yet, though. Tonight is the benefit, and since I know she'll be there, I intend on going and sweeping her off of her feet. That's all right, Evie. You can hide for now, but I'm going to find you very soon. Wow,
That sounded creepy. This morning, I called June and filled her in on my chat with Natalie. My sister begged me to let her go over there and rip every last extension out of Natalie's head, but I couldn't bring myself to give her the green light. Instead, I told her to keep Sam away from the house until I could drive back by and make sure that Natalie was gone. She was, and when I went inside, I was immediately assaulted by the smell of her perfume. I'm pretty sure the crazy lady sprayed it all over my house like a dog trying to mark its territory. Ridiculous. I used disinfectant spray on every piece of upholstery, and now my house smells like a hospital. But that's worlds better than the way it smelled before. Finally, Sam came home, and I told her, very delicately, that her mom was back in town, and I asked Sam if she would even be interested in seeing her. I knew that answer before I even asked the question, and I was right. No. It's sad when a 10-year-old knows that her mom can't be trusted. But she did agree to talking on the phone if Natalie did indeed call. I hate that I have to even give Sam a glimmer of hope that her mom will call when I'm not even certain that Natalie's stayed in town. For all I know, her boyfriend left her high and dry, and she was only coming back to milk me for some spending money. Sam and I spent the rest of the afternoon together, watching movies and playing in the pool, while I continued to sneak glances at my phone to see if Evie texted me back, even though I had the ringer on loud and knew for a fact she hadn't. And then, finally, it was time to put on my suit and go to the benefit. "Are you sure you're not upset about spending another evening without me?" I asked Sam before walking out the door. She just laughs at me. "I spent all day with you, Daddy. I think we've had plenty of togetherness time." Oh, great. My kid is already over me. "Besides, Grandma said she and I are going to do some online shopping for new school clothes after you leave." I raised my eyebrow at my mom, who's come over to watch Sam for me. "Oh, she did she?" "Yes, she did," my mom says proudly with her dainty little nose stuck up in the air. "Now, get on out of here and go make that woman of yours swoon." I can only hope. Chapter 32. Evie. I stand outside of the venue where the benefit is being held and try not to cry. I've been crying all day, so I'm pretty sure that without the help of all the concealer I slapped on, I would look like I've been punched in both eyes. You know how they say time heals all wounds? Apparently, they meant a lot of time, because with every hour that has passed today, my wounds have only grown deeper. My heart hurts, and I wonder if it's possible for an organ to physically split down the middle just from emotional pain. It's silly, but I really thought Jake would end up being the one. Too bad he just ended up being the one to sleep with some skank when I made him mad. Even still, it doesn't make sense to me. The woman that opened that door this morning doesn't line up with anything Jake has been telling me over the past month and a half. But maybe he was just lying. Maybe he really is into sleeping around. He just didn't want to sleep around with me. Great, more tears. "Nope, no more tears from those pretty green eyes," says Joe, rushing up beside me to hand me a tissue. "You look too pretty to waste your night thinking about that frog leg for one more second." I spent the whole day today at Joanna's house, lamenting everything that happened over the last 24 hours. Her advice was that we try out a new Pinterest recipe she found, where you boil lemon and various items that belong to an ex-boyfriend, and then pour the juice into a spray bottle and go spritz that person's house to bring them bad luck. Or maybe it was to keep the flu away. I can't remember because I was too busy ugly crying into a pillow while she explained it. I know, I'm trying to stop crying, but I can't. This is the worst night to have to host a fundraiser. Or it is the best night to host a fundraiser, because now you get to look hot and keep yourself busy all night. And who knows, maybe you'll find someone new here tonight, too. I don't want anyone new. You're right. Too soon. But I'm just saying. I think I saw a Calvin Klein model walk in earlier, and if Gary didn't make such good chili, I think he might be in trouble. Gary chooses that moment to walk by us. He gives Jo a little pat on her rear and then winks at me. Chili is just an innuendo. I cringe. Yeah, I figured. I'm going on in. Y'all coming in soon? Right behind you, honey, says Jo, with adorably pink cheeks. I thought I had finally found a man who would make my cheeks rosy like Jo's even after years and years of marriage. Nope. And now the waterworks are happening again. Okay, let's get you inside so everyone can see your handsome date. Charlie does look ridiculously cute in his bow tie. I bet Jake would have looked horrible in a bow tie. But when I walk into the venue and look around the warm, glitzing room, I spot Jake, standing by a cocktail table, one hand in the pocket of his black suit and the other holding a glass of something bubbly. And man, am I disappointed to see that he looks freaking amazing in a bow tie. What is he doing here? I asked Jo, who follows my gaze to Jake. Her eyes widen, and she looks back at me. I don't know, but you can't tear 'em apart here. There are lots of people watching us right now, and if we both go all crazy ex-girlfriend on him, there's no way we will get any sponsors. I sigh, knowing she's right. Fine, I'll deal with him and then get him to leave. Are you sure you don't want me to do it? No, I can handle him. I think Joanna notices the way my eyes are trailing down his body in that fine-looking suit, and maybe a smidge of appreciation shows on my face, because now she's stifling a grin and humming a mm-hmm. You just go deal with him then. Make sure you lock the bathroom door before you do, though. I turn my saucer eyes at her. Joanna! She just laughs and walks away to go mingle with the many guests already gathered. I steel myself and then turn to look at Jake again. He's on the opposite side of the crowded room, but then he sets down his glass and starts crossing the center of the venue toward me. My heart starts racing, and I have to remind myself that I now hate him. I do. I hate him. I don't want a man that's not going to cherish me, who's going to sleep around with other women to make himself feel good when we've had a fight. No, sir. I do not like this man anymore. I don't like his dimples when he smiles. I don't like his tousled hair. I don't like the way his muscles fill out that suit. Okay, I like all of those things, but those are just physical attributes. And if you've ever visited a nursing home, you know that beauty fades, my friends. I decide that Jake is not going to have all of the upper hand here. So, I lift the front hem of my floor-length evening gown and start walking to meet him in the middle. His eyes scan over me as we approach each other, and I can see that he likes the way my black satin gown is clinging to my curves.
He hasn't even seen the plunging back yet. Eat your heart out, Jakey. We stop right in front of each other in the center of the room, but Jake doesn't make a move to touch me. Smart. He can probably read the murderous scowl on my face and knows I'll bite if he does. You look. His eyes rush over me again. Gorgeous. Right. His flattery is not going to work on me. I cut right to the chase. Why are you here? I'm your date. You most certainly are not my date. Not anymore. Not after last night. Those last two words come out in a whisper because I know my voice will shake if I try to say it at my normal volume. Jake's shoulders sink a little. Evie, I've been trying to call you all day. I'm so sorry. Can we go somewhere and talk? I shake my head. I don't want to hear anything he has to say. You slept with another woman last night. I saw her with my own eyes. That told me everything I needed to know. I'm busy tonight, and I need to focus on the event. His lips press together and he nods slowly. Of course. I understand. Maybe after? I look away from him toward the tables where vendors are set up. A few couples are starting to slow dance near us, and everyone else is beginning to mill around the room and place their bids on various vendors' items and services. We have a live string quartet playing in the corner, a cocktail bar of which all proceeds go directly to Southern Service Paws, and later in the night there will be a sit-down dinner. All in all, everything is going well, and I'm hopeful that it will be a success. I won't have time, I say, giving Jake my best cold shoulder. If you'll excuse me, I see a few people I need to speak to. Jake catches my arm before I walk away, and I wish so badly that my whole body didn't hum from his touch. When I turn my head, I find him so close to me that I have to tip my chin up, 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 to look into his eyes. He smiles and one of those dang dimples surfaces. I'm not giving up on us, Evie, and I plan on trying to prove to you every single day from here on out just how sorry I am. I want to lean into him. I want to lift up on my toes and press warm kisses up his neck all the way to his mouth. But I don't, because I'm sorry isn't going to fix what he did last night. I rip my arm from his grasp and turn away from Jake and go to the far end of the room to get myself a drink. I'm going to need it if I have to get through a whole night with Jake's gaze following me around like it is now. For the next hour, I try to pretend that Jake doesn't exist. I laugh too loudly with guests. I check in on all the vendors and am pleased to see that every clipboard is nearly full with bids. And I field about 1,000 questions about our company and Charlie, who has been dutifully standing at my side all night. I feel exhausted from keeping up this fake smile, and I just need a minute to myself to let my mask fall off. I look down at Charlie, and I can tell that he is exhausted too. So I do something that I rarely do, and I go hand off his leash to Joanna, who is sitting at a table with Gary and a few other guests. I'm going to let him have a 5-minute break to lay at Joanna's feet while I go get some air, and then he and I will face the rest of the night together. I open the main doors and let the fresh air wrap around me and fill my lungs. I wish it were cooler, but it's the middle of July, and even with the sun down, it's still a balmy 80 degrees out here. I move toward the side of the building and cross my arms, staring at nothing in particular. My thoughts wander to Jake, and I hate that I have to tell him later that I don't want to see him anymore. I don't think I'll ever be able to trust him again. And yes,
I know that technically we were both keeping it casual and seeing other people, but what Jake did was sleazy. What he did wasn't dating other people. It was nothing more than booty calling some random woman after my parents bruised his ego. I'm pulled from my thoughts when a warm hand suddenly lands on my lower back. I turn, thinking I'll meet Jake's eyes, when instead, I'm assaulted by Tyler's devilish smirk. Ugh, I say, pulling away from him. Not you again. I thought I made myself clear that you were not invited tonight. Don't be that way, Eves. He starts advancing toward me until he has me backed up against the wall of the building. His hands move to rest on my hips, and I try to push him away, but he doesn't budge. Get off of me, Tyler, I say, feeling more annoyed than frightened. Although he's being a prick right now, I know he's not going to force anything more than a kiss. Just give me one chance to show you what you're missing. He's dipping his head down while I'm still trying to squirm out of his grasp and away from his lethal potency cologne. Gross, no. Get off of me or... Suddenly, Tyler takes 2 fallen steps backwards, and I realize that he's been grabbed from behind and physically peeled off of me. Jake is holding Tyler by the back of his suit, and the look on his face says everything. I'm gonna knock you out. And he does. Jake punches Tyler square in the jaw so hard that Tyler falls back onto the ground. Jake hovers over him like a victor from a Rocky film. Don't ever touch her without her consent again. Do you understand me? Tyler just stares up at Jake, stunned and holding his face. This is the last time you will ever try to pursue Evie. She's made it perfectly clear that she doesn't want you anywhere near her, and from now on, you will respect her wishes. Huh. I had no idea that I had a thing for hot guys going all bodyguard on me. But yeah, it's a thing, apparently. Usually, this is where Tyler would say something sarcastic in reply. But he rubs his jaw and looks up at Jake instead and nods. It makes me think I should have punched Tyler myself a long time ago. Not good enough. Let me hear you say it along with an apology, says Jake in such a stern voice that it sends a chill down my spine. Tyler's eyes meet mine, and I can see that he'd rather die than apologize to me, but he does it anyway. I'm sorry, Evie. It won't happen again. Thank you? My voice sounds puny. Why can't I have a rocky voice like Jake? Tyler stands up and dusts himself off before walking toward the doors of the venue again. Jake makes a sharp eh sound, like I use when training my dogs, and Tyler freezes. Wrong way, Jake says, and I swear that Tyler wants to hit him back but knows he would never be a match for Jake. So, to my great delight, Tyler turns around and walks away from the fundraiser, back toward his fancy BMW, with his tail between his legs, and then speeds off. When he pulls away, I sigh with relief. Not because I ever felt like I was in real danger, but because I'm so sick of seeing Tyler's face, and now I'm pretty sure I won't have to anymore. Jake turns his head and pierces me with his gaze. Are you okay? His voice is so tender, it nearly melts me right here on the sidewalk. I shake my head no, and in an instant he's walking up close to me and putting his hands on my arms, rubbing them up and down. Did he hurt you? I shake my head no again and let my tears roll down my cheeks. No, but you did. Jake's hands still, and he meets my eyes. He looks like I physically stabbed him. What can I say to make this better, Evie? I am so sorry for making you think I don't trust you, because I do. I trust you more than anyone. I let your family get in my head, and I reacted poorly. But I won't make that mistake again.
I cut Jake off and shove away from him. This isn't about what happened at my parents' house, Jake. His head kicks back and his brows dip together.
Then what's it about?
My mouth falls open and I let out a sad mock laugh. Did she not tell you I came by? Jake blinks a few times.
Evie, I have no idea what you're talking about. Came by where?
Your house, Jake. I shove his chest because apparently I'm that kind of girl when I'm angry. He lets himself rock back on his feet to make me feel stronger. I saw her, the perky little brunette with the big boobs standing in your doorway in her underwear. I saw her, Jake. How could you turn around and sleep with someone right after dropping me off at my house? I thought we had something special, but... Jake shakes himself from the trance he's been in since I started my monologue and rushes up to me, grabbing my shoulders again.
No, Evie, you have it all wrong. I didn't sleep with her. In fact, I slept at my parents' house last night.
What? What in the freaking what did he just say? You didn't sleep with that woman? Jake's face cracks into a tentative smile and he shakes his head slowly. He opens his mouth to explain but is cut off by the sound of his phone ringing in his pocket.
I've got to answer this. It's my mom. But I'll explain everything in a minute. Don't go anywhere, okay?
I nod and wrap my arms around myself because the past 24 hours have felt like a roller coaster, and I'm not sure I'm off the ride yet.
Mom, everything okay?
He pauses and I watch as a heavy expression settles over his face. He stays perfectly frozen. Something in me knows. Is it Sam? Is she okay? He nods, and I didn't realize that I had walked up to him and wrapped my arms around his middle, but apparently I did, because his hand is wrapping around my shoulder, and he mumbles a few replies to his mom before he says he's on his way and hangs up.
Sam had a seizure,
he says, gripping my shoulder like he needs me to help hold him up.
But she's okay. Apparently, she went upstairs to get her PJs on, and then Daisy rushed back downstairs and started alerting my mom. Sam did fall, but it was on the carpet, and Daisy rolled her on her side just like she and Sam practiced. She stayed with Sam and hasn't left her side since the seizure ended.
I see Jake's eyes welling with tears, and I squeeze him tighter.
Daisy made sure she was safe.
I smile. Good. That's so good, Jake. He nods and squeezes my shoulder again.
I need to get home to Sam, though.
Right, of course. I let go of him and look back toward the venue. Let me just go get Charlie and we can go.
We? You're going to come with me?
I freeze, hoping that wasn't presumptuous of me to invite myself along. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably just want it to be a family.
No.
He quickly cuts me off and grabs my hand. He raises it to his mouth and lays a soft, slow kiss just under my palm.
I want you to come with me, but I know you have the fundraiser going on here and probably don't need to leave.
I smile. You and Sam are most important to me. Joanna can handle the fundraiser just fine without me. I fully intend to find out who that woman was at Jake's house later, but for now, I'm not going to let anything else get in the way of my happiness with this man. I trust him again, and he trusts me. We'll figure out the rest later. A slow smile spreads across Jake's mouth, and then, before I have time to breathe, he tugs me up closer to him and captures my mouth with his. His hands are on my jaw, and then they slide down my bare back to press me up closer to him. His lips shift gears back and forth from tender to firm to demanding, and I'm just trying to keep up. The kiss doesn't last long enough, but it certainly did enough damage that I touch my fingers to my swollen lips when we part. A blink, feeling drugged, and then start walking. Jake turns me around so I'm actually headed in the right direction. Right. This way. Okay, so I'll just be right back. Chapter 33. Jake. Evie and I got home about 20 minutes ago. We both raced up the stairs together to get to Sam's room. She was still on the floor when I got there with her head resting on Daisy. My mom is still a little nervous about Sam's seizures, and this was the first one she had ever been present for, so she wasn't sure whether it was safe to move Sam to her bed or not. Sam is in her post-ictal period of her seizure, and I know that, like Evie's seizure the other day, she won't feel or respond like herself for a while yet. Her episode progressed normally and didn't last too long. Mom was able to time it thanks to Daisy coming to get her at the start of it, so I felt good about letting her just rest here at home and not taking her into the hospital. I drop down to my knees, though, and brush her hair away from her face to plant a kiss on her forehead. She smiles and mumbles "Hi, Daddy," that feels like an instant balm to my heart. "Hi, kiddo. We're here now, and you're safe." She hears me say "we," and Sam's eyes peek open and instantly find Evie. Her little hand reaches up, and Evie takes it, coming to kneel down on Sam's other side. In short, Sam is surrounded head to toe by people who love her. Evie adjusts so that her legs are curled up beside her, her fancy evening gown draped around her, and she leans in closer to Sam to continually brush her fingers in such a motherly way across my daughter's hairline. It's a sight that will likely stick with me until the day I die. "Do you want some water, darling?" Evie asks, and Sam nods yes. I go downstairs trying to catch my breath while I fill up a glass of water for my daughter. It's been a heck of a day, and the minimal amount of sleep I got last night is catching up to me. Once the water glass is filled, I set it on the counter and unbutton my cuffs to roll up my sleeves. My mom walks into the kitchen and comes around the island with a look that tells me to brace for a good, old-fashioned Southern mama bear hug. That's exactly what she gives me. I squeeze her small frame back, kiss the top of her head, and thank her for taking care of Sam tonight. Finally, she pulls away and smiles up at me, patting my cheek like she's 100-year-old senior citizen in a nursing home, rather than the spunky 57-year-old mother that she is. "I'm gonna get going." "Are you sure? I can make you some tea or something." I'm not even sure if my mom drinks hot tea, or if I have any in my pantry, but it seems like a comforting thing to offer after the evening she's just gone through with Sam. She looks at me with that same smile that I'm just now realizing is heavy with hidden meaning behind it, and shakes her head. "I'll make some tea at home, with your dad." "I love you, Jakey. Go, be with your family." Ah, my family. So that's what was with the secret smile. "You know, we haven't even had the let's be a couple talk yet, right?" She shrugs, slings her leather purse over her shoulder, and heads for the door. "Doesn't matter. I've got eyes, and I know what I see. And what I saw up there was a family." With those parting words, she leaves the house.
I can just picture the self-satisfied smirk she'll be wearing during her whole drive home. She loves leaving a house on a monumental final thought. I should be rushing back upstairs to get to Sam, but the truth is, I just need a minute to myself to breathe and soak up everything that's happened today. And I know that she's safe with Evie. For the first time this year, I don't feel alone in this parenting job. Someone who I can trust is upstairs right now, taking beautiful care of my daughter. And apparently, thanks to Natalie, I almost lost Evie. After allowing myself 5 full breaths and a moment to run my hands through my hair, I head up the stairs with Sam's water. I crack open her door and pause in the doorframe, letting the picture before me steal the last bits of my heart. Evie has moved Sam up onto her bed and tucked her in. Daisy is on one side of Sam, and lying on Sam's other side is Evie. Her black silk gown is a sharp contrast to Sam's unicorn bedding. She looks like a movie star, home from receiving an Oscar and skipping the after-party in favor of coming home to tuck her daughter into bed. She's singing a quiet, sweet version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and I have to try very hard not to drop down onto one knee here and now. My mom is right. This feels like a family. That thought would have scared me last week, but now it fills me with hope. Evie must feel me watching her because suddenly she looks over her shoulder and finds me. A slow smile blooms on her face. I cross the room and set Sam's water glass on her bedside table. It looks like Evie has already put Sam to sleep, so I nod toward the door. Evie carefully extracts her arm out from under Sam, looking like she's been doing it every day for the past 10 years of my daughter's life, and tiptoes with me out of the room. I leave Sam's door open so I can hear if she calls for me, and take Evie's hand to silently pull her back down the stairs to the couch. Evie. Jake's house at night is my favorite place in the world. He has the kind of lighting that can be dimmed in every room of the house, and so right now, the house is blanketed in a soft, warm glow. A candle is lit on his coffee table, letting my favorite vanilla scent fill the air, and everything feels peaceful and still. Jake tugs me toward his couch and then, without dropping my hand, dives onto the couch, landing on his back and pulling me down on top of him. We both laugh as we settle into a comfortable position on the couch, where our feet are intertwined, and I'm laying half on the couch, half on Jake. He has one hand cradling mine, and is kissing every single one of my fingers, and his other hand is lightly brushing circles on my back. It's so romantic, it makes my chest ache. Jake, I say, somewhere between breathlessness and a reprimand. We need to talk, I say, trying not to smile as he pulls me up a little closer so that I'm level with his mouth. He tucks his hand into my hair and his gaze lands on my mouth. He gives me a half smirk and mumbles against my lips, "I don't want to talk." I know that look. He looks half drugged, and I know that if I have any hope of figuring out what's happening in our relationship, I need to drop a tray of ice cubes down his shirt, or maybe a different article of clothing. He leans up just enough to take my bottom lip between his. Okay, so I guess I need some ice cubes too. Jake, I say, given the worst protest anyone has ever heard, and half-heartedly pull away. He tugs me back, and his grin nearly undoes me. "All right, let's talk," he says, as he's kissing the spot right under my ear. "What do you want to talk about?" He's lacing kisses down my jaw and, turns out I don't have anything I want to talk about anymore.
I give in and press my hand to his chest to give me better leverage. I make eye contact with Jake long enough to say, "Fine. You want a kiss? Then let's kiss." Fire lights his eyes, and I dip my head down and slant my mouth over his. Our mouths dance, and fire crackles somewhere in the distance, even though there's not even a fire lit in the grate. I feel tiny pressed up next to Jake and his muscular body, and I love every second of it. Images of him defending me outside of the venue flash in my mind, and it shifts the kiss into something deeper. Buckle up, folks, because this train is leaving the station. Or at least I thought it was. But in the next moment, Jake breaks the kiss and sits up abruptly and slides all the way to the opposite end of his couch. He doesn't look at me for a solid minute, just stares wide-eyed at the black TV, and then slowly he blinks and his face turns to me. I grin and he grins.
"Maybe we should talk,"
he says, and I can't help but laugh. "Can I sit by you?" I ask, because seriously, we are 6 feet apart right now, and I don't want to have a serious conversation over walkie-talkies.
"Are you going to behave, Miss Jones?"
My mouth falls open and I bet my eyes are sparkling. "Me? You were the one trying to put the moves on me."
"I'm completely innocent. I thought we would just kiss a little, but you—"
He breaks off and puffs out a big breath. What?" I say with flirty, narrowed eyes. He smiles and lifts a brow.
"You had other ideas."
I feel my cheeks flame because, yep, he's totally right.
Don't get me wrong. I have other ideas too. But yeah, we need to talk because...
His demeanor softens and he scoots back over near me.
"Because you're important to me, and I want to make sure we are on the same page."
He reaches up and brushes his fingers over my ear. My heart starts racing again and I shoot him a look of warning. "Okay, well, if we're going to talk, you need to stop doing things like that." He laughs and pulls his hand away to cross his arms. I do the same. We look ridiculous, like 2 teenagers that can't be trusted to keep their hands to themselves. "Who was the woman I found at your door this morning?" I ask, because I've decided we're just going to cannonball right on in. He nods firmly, down to business.
"Right. That was Natalie."
My arms drop. "Natalie? As in Sam's mama and your ex-wife, Natalie?" Images of that woman's perfect body assault my memory, and without really thinking, my gaze drops to my own tiny boobs. Jake notices.
"Stop that. I know what you're thinking, and you need to stop it. You're perfect, Evie."
"But she's so—"
"That woman you saw this morning is not at all a reflection of my personal taste, and she wasn't even the woman I married. The Natalie you saw this morning was the woman who left me, not the woman I stood next to at the altar."
I still feel a little self-conscious, but I say, "Go on."
"Over the last year of our marriage, she majorly changed. She became obsessed with seeking ways to try to improve her physical self, and yesterday I was just as shocked as you when I saw her."
"Shocked in a good way?" I ask, not wanting to ask this question, but knowing that if we are going to be a constant part of each other's lives, I'm going to need him to answer it, so when I have to see Natalie again, I won't be a crazy jealous girlfriend. Jake smiles and shakes his head.
"Not in a good way." He squints one eye and suddenly looks a little shy. Evie, His gaze falls to scan my body for a millisecond before it bounces back up to my face. You're perfect. You don't ever need to doubt that. I smile and resist throwing a blanket over my head for the remainder of the conversation, but I'm an adult. I can do this. Okay, so Natalie came back? I'm putting the conversation back on the rails. Yeah. When I got home last night, she was on my porch. I didn't know she was coming over, or else I would have told you. But we talked for a few minutes, and she said she wanted to be a family again. She tried to get me to sleep with her, so I went to my parents' place for the night. The end. His eyes meet mine, and I can feel my mouth hanging open. I'm speechless. I have no words. Jake laughs and scoots closer to put his arms around me, completely wrapping me up. Evie, Natalie and I are over. I don't have any affection for her anymore. I would like for her to step up and be a mom for Sam, but I don't have high hopes of that happening. In fact, I told her that before she could see Sam again, she had to stay in town for 1 week and call Sam every day. This evening she texted saying she was sorry, but she heard back about a job in LA and would be flying out tonight. What that really meant was she was in between boyfriends. Hoped I would fill the position for a minute, but when I turned her down, she went seeking someone else. I'm sorry, Jake. For Sam's sake, that really does break my heart. I know. Me too. He kisses my head. Hopefully, one day Natalie will get her act together. But until then, I'm not going to let her hurt Sam any more than she already has. I touch his cheek and feel his 5 o'clock shadow beneath my palm. You're such a good daddy. He looks down at me, and his gaze pins me in place. Evie, let me be perfectly clear with you. I don't want something casual anymore. He adjusts himself to face me, and his big hand raises to cradle my face, making my hand drop to his shoulder. I want Jake and Evie. Stupid kissing profile pictures, cute ringtones for the other person. I want serious, exclusive, us. I don't want anything less than planning months out for a vacation and obnoxious Christmas cards that have you, me, Sam, and the dogs on the front. Can you handle that? My skin is tingling and my heart is racing. It's trying to leap out of my chest and jump into Jake's lap. In fact, yeah, it turns out it wasn't my heart doing that. It was my body. I scoot up onto Jake's lap. Again, sorry, Grandmama. And wrap my arms around his neck, smiling down into his face. I hover an inch from his mouth and then narrow my eyes. Do we have to wear matching robes? A rumbling laugh breaks from his chest, and his head tilts back, squeezing me a little tighter. He doesn't answer my question, because with his head tilted back like that, it gives me a perfect shot of his neck. His skin is warm against my lips as I place kiss after kiss up his neck. I make it up to his mouth, and his gaze is sultry and passionate and full of, I love you, Evie Jones. Love. His gaze is full of love. I love you too, Jake. I dip my head, and his lips caress mine for a luxurious, top-of-the-line, special edition kiss. Just as it's heating up again, we both hear a soft little voice on the stairs. Ew! Are you guys kissing? Jake and I break apart and both wipe at our mouths. No, we were just... He looks at me, but what in the heck is he thinking I'm going to do to help this?
He's been a parent for 10 years, and I've been in this role for all of 5 minutes. Just looking for something in my eye, I say. Through your mouth? Busted. I can see Jake trying so hard to contain his laughter. He rubs his hand firmly across his face and mouth and looks back up at Sam. We'll stop kissing. Are you feeling better, kiddo? I scoot off his lap and Jake stands and walks to Sam. A little, she says. Coming down the stairs with the help of Jake, Daisy is right behind her. Jake brings her over to the couch, and without hesitating even a second, Sam sits down beside me and curls her little body up next to mine. I wrap my arms around her and hug her close. I don't know who is benefiting from this connection the most in this moment. I feel like my heart is physically expanding. It's making room to accommodate all of the new love I have. Jake disappears into the kitchen for a minute and then comes back out with a bowl of popcorn. He sits beside me, sets the bowl in my lap, and drapes his arm behind me to rest over my shoulders and let his fingers dangle over Sam's, effectively snuggling both of us at the same time. Charlie and Daisy both come over to hunker down at the foot of the couch, draping over our feet. Jake turns on a movie, and we spend the rest of the night just like that, snuggling, laughing, stealing kisses when Sam isn't watching, and eating popcorn. I hope, with all of my heart, that this is what every day for the rest of my life will look like. Epilogue. 1 year later. I wake up to the feel of Jake's mouth against mine. Turns out, I love being kissed first thing in the morning. This is the way Jake has woken me up every morning since we married 9 months ago. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty, he murmurs in my ear. I peek one eye open and take one long look at his muscled tan chest beside me, and then to the clock on my phone. I groan because I know that I have no time to spend in bed with Jake this morning. You let me oversleep. You need all the sleep you can get. His hand lands on my swollen stomach as he kisses my cheek. I also need to get to the venue to unlock it in time for the vendors to get set up. Last year's fundraiser was such a success that we've decided to make it an annual thing. Thanks to all of the vendors who donated their services and items last year, we exceeded our fundraising goal. Jake's voice turns husky, and he starts nibbling at my earlobe. Let Joanna do it. Joanna technically retired a few months ago, but the poor thing was bored to death and driving Gary crazy. Unsurprisingly, 1 week after she retired, she signed up as a volunteer for Southern Service Paws. I think she's putting in more hours now than she was before, but since I'll be going on maternity leave in 2 months when our baby boy is born, I don't mind. In fact, I'm downright grateful. I know, but I want to be there. I like my job, remember? I know something else you like, he says, undeterred. But I won't be deterred today, so I roll my eyes and push him away. He laughs and reaches out to drag my body up close to him again, and I lay my head on his chest. Jake and I both feel our baby boy kick him in the side, and I laugh. Jake looks down at my round stomach and shakes his head. You're not even in the world yet, and you're already taking your mama's side? I thought I would have at least one of my kids on my team. In that exact moment, Sam busts into the room, and I'm oh so glad that I had put a stop to Jake's advances. Morning, she says, with a cheery smile and a bouquet the size of her head in her hand. She approaches the bed and sets them on the bedside table. These are for you, Mama. Yep, you heard her right. Sam calls me Mama, and it still melts my heart every time. This girl and I have bonded like we were always meant to be mother and daughter. Her biological mom still hasn't been in the picture much, and I know it hurts Sam more than she lets on, but I've been trying my best to always make sure that Sam knows she has a mama that loves her more than life. And also, I'm going to have a talk with her about opening the door to flower delivery strangers first thing in the morning. But for now, I smile and sit up, sending a questioning glance to Jake. He sits up too, and the sheets fall off his chest, and when am I going to be immune to this man's incredible body? I'm betting never.
"Don't look at me,"
he says.
"I was saving my flowers to give you after the benefit tonight."
I frown and pluck the little white card from the bouquet and tear into it. Evelyn Grace, we're proud of you. See you tonight. Mama and Daddy.
"What stupid man am I going to have to go murder for sending my wife flowers?"
asked Jake, leaning over to grab the card. Sam jumps on the end of the bed to pet Charlie. Charlie adores Sam. But turns out, his love is pretty cheap. She devotes 5 minutes a day to throw a tennis ball with him in the yard, and he's putty in her little hands. I'm not mad about it.
Wow. What's it feel like to read those words from your parents?
Asks Jake after his eyes scan the card. I don't know yet. It's still hard to trust that they mean it, but I'm trying to let it sink in. About 3 months ago, Daddy had a massive heart attack that almost killed him. Since then, his and Mama's whole life has changed. He gave up his position at the law firm, and he and Mama have started checking things off of their bucket list with all of their free time. Something happened to my parents after that heart attack. It was a wake-up call for them, and ever since, they have been trying their hardest to mend their relationship with me. I won't lie. I wish that it hadn't taken a heart attack to make them see my importance. But I know that beggars can't be choosers. I've been cautious in letting them into my life, but so far, they've proven that their motives are pure. They've even been trying to get to know Sam and make sure that she and Jake know we are all a part of their family. Mama is still snooty, but she's getting better with every passing day. My hope is that soon we will have a real relationship and that they will be better with my child than they were with me. Oh yeah, and this pregnancy has been a miracle in and of itself. I've had to grow accustomed to closer monitoring and lots of doctor's visits, especially after seizures. But so far, everything has gone smoothly. We are all hopeful that I will carry to term and have a healthy birth. The doctor has assured me that epilepsy patients have safe deliveries all the time. Jake kisses my temple.
Well, I love you, and I'm proud of you, and you can trust that.
I smile and meet his gaze. That I do know. Me too, says Sam, squeezing my feet. She inches up in the bed to lie down on my pillow beside me and rubs my belly. How's my baby brother doing today? Jake puts his hand on my belly too. These days, my stomach seems to be a public attraction. Even a random old lady in the grocery store rubbed it yesterday. Maybe everyone knows something that I don't, and they're all being granted 3 wishes. He kept his mama up all night last night, dancing circles in there, the little booger, I say. Sam starts whispering to my belly something about joining forces to annoy me and Jake, but I tune out when I feel Jake's eyes on my face. I turn to look at him, and he and I stare at each other, lost in the same thought. I can't believe this is our life. I love you, he mouths. I love you more. 2 months later.
Jonathan Timothy Brawden came into the world this morning around 2 a.m. He and I are both perfectly healthy, but pray for Jake, because I think he might be losing his mind. The poor man has cried more in the past 24 hours than I thought possible. I allow it, though, because I know he has so much love pumping through his heart that he can't keep it contained. I love him. I love my daughter, and I love our son. And of course, I love our dogs. I don't think this life of mine can get any better. Except it does when I spot Jake walking into the hospital room with a chocolate chip muffin.